Hi, it's me again. My strategy continues of not doing anything I'm supposed to do in 2026, but just streaming instead. Um, here's what's going to happen today. Let's talk about it. We had a disastrous run-ending experience yesterday, where I don't even know, where were we? 8 or 9 hours into a run, and we just died because of terrible RNG. And I think I played that run pretty well to make it 9 hours in, but we just did not get the voucher we needed. And that's sad, but all things come to an end. However, I was thinking, maybe we're just setting up a redemption story. And we died in a certain universe, where we didn't get exactly what we needed because maybe my run through was like 99% optimal. This isn't true, but just let's say it is. Let's say 95. At 95%, I did everything right. But there's a couple things that I actually said I was going to do during the last run, and I forgot to do, which was buy 2 vouchers. And so let's experiment with an alternate universe timeline, which I understand was popular, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe longer, where I did do the thing I said I was going to do and buy the vouchers when I said I was going to buy them. And so I think I was actually honestly on the fence about buying that stupid planet voucher because I hate it. But I definitely said I was definitely considering buying it, and I definitely said I was going to buy the following voucher. So I think the thing we have to do is what? We need to... I don't know what save to revert to. I probably should have checked this before I started the stream. I'm going to probably say it was the first save I made yesterday. Maybe. So we're probably a little bit into the run, but probably not so far into the run that I haven't bought that planet voucher. But let's see where we are. I think we're pretty close to I think I had maybe made the decision to switch out the Baron, all those kinds of things, but let's see where we actually are. Okay. We made the decision, we did the mime. We actually already have the DNA, so it's possible we're around after where I want to be. Which means this save would not... was this the save I meant to copy? Number 8. Would appear to be. So, I guess I'm not 100% sure if it was Anti-23 where the planet merchant was, but I guess because this is post getting the DNA. And a couple negatives here. So this may not be where we want to be. Let's just play... we already have the DNA in hand. We already did it. So we already did the DNA. And now we need to do this. Is that right? Because we have 13 cards in hand. And we had 4. I don't actually know. Let's just do this and see where we are. We may be one save off. Which is a little unfortunate because I'm not exactly sure where I saved that previous night. I don't think I necessarily saved at the very end of the night. Also, I don't really remember if this scoring is adequate. I think it will be. Doesn't this end up being like 73 or 4 or something? Oh, wait. Get this guy over here. Whew. We'll see. We'll see where we are. If we're already on the round... I think Anti-22 is where we wanted to be. So this may not actually be right. So that's okay. We will pop back one save prior to this, if need be. And, obviously there's some saves coming here, but whatever. Okay, this is one ante later. So let's go back even one more save, which is a little unfortunate because that would be from the night before, and I just don't remember. I just don't actually remember where that save will be. So we may be even, I mean, we're definitely going to be even further back in time. I just don't, this is, we're still going to be in, we're still going to have the idol, we're still going to be in, I think. No, this is already barren, but it's not DNA. Okay. Anti-19. Okay, so this is, I think, where we want to be. This is maybe after we... Right. It was after the first night that we did the pivot here. So we're a few antes back. So that's longer than really I want it to be, but I think that's okay. So we'll just try to remember how to play this game. I can't actually remember if we were... This was prior to the... Hey, Stonecrop, how's it going? Prior to the invisible? You're right. This is before I did the invisible. I also have no concept of how many points we need and whether or not we can score enough points. And whether or not we need more... Radfinks, how's it going? Hello, Radfinks. It's nice to see you. It's been a long time. This game, so just to be clear where we are, I'm cheating right now. I got, like, I don't even know, something like 9 hours into a run, and then just never got the boss reroll voucher, which prevented me from getting Nanenth, and we just went down in flames last night, and it was very frustrating. But I had made a save a couple hours earlier. This is not even the most insane. That we were at Ante 25, desperately doing anything we possibly could do to get the boss reroll voucher so that we could get the Nanenth. Nanenth, it was basically guaranteed, but we could not find this voucher. We had all these double tags, and I feel like I played everything almost perfectly, except there are 2 vouchers that I said I was going to buy and then got distracted and didn't buy them. And so, blaming, who knows, stream distraction. I explicitly said, even on one of them, like, don't let me leave the shop without buying this, and then I did. So we're just exploring an alternate universe where I had purchased those. Unfortunately, this save is a little bit older than I thought it was, so I don't remember anything. But Stonecrop is reminding me that this is even potentially before we made this other decision that was maybe not the best decision to do this invisible Joker. So we could also choose not to do that. Ultimately, the invisible Joker did not, I think, ultimately harm us, because we did find... We got a double Baron, which kept us alive for a while, and we got a double Baron, which kept us alive for a while, and then we found the DNA very soon. Helio, how's it going? Oh, it's so nice to see you. You've been on my mind. I hope you're doing well. Anyway, so I don't really remember what I'm doing or why I'm doing it. This is definitely... I didn't watch any of the Avengers movies, but that's the scenario we're setting up here. Is we're trying an alternate timeline where we have gone back in time. Doing okay today? That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Going back in time to try an alternate path that could save us. Now, the thing I just don't remember at all is like what our scoring is at the moment. So let's take a moment, perhaps, to go here. So what do we have? We got this situation. We generally know the situation we have, and our hand size is 9. So let's go, because I truly don't remember anything, to the Balatro calculator, and let's try to, like, say we have a mime, we have a blueprint, we have 3 brainstorms, and we have 1 Baron, and we know that the configuration we want is a single copy of the mime up here, 3 copies of the Baron, and we'll have additional retriggers of the mime from the hand. And in terms of our cards, right now we basically have... That's not right. That's too many. And actually, we have one steel card in hand, I think. Right? So this, I think this is our hand-ish. And then our high card level. Oh, wait, sorry. Shader Toys being cool. Our high card level is currently 63. So, hands, high card level, 63. So, this does not appear to be enough score. So what are we missing here? Because we need, high card level is 63. We're trying to hit E37. Etc., etc., etc. So it appears we do need at least some more steel. And we do have a death and a fool. So we can have at least 2 more steel. That doesn't seem to get us the score either. What am I... Oh, we're on the plasma deck. I forgot. Our score is extremely adequate. We should be hitting around E49, right? We should handily beat the boss. Actually, so handily beat the boss that we should play the steel card instead for slightly more money. I think would be my suggestion. My personal recommendation is we play the steel card, or shoot, sorry, this game doesn't like to be captured. Or we play the gold card for very, very slightly more money and lower score, and it ends up being probably roughly the same, right? Either it's an additional retrigger of the mime. We're going to retrigger the mime a lot, so let's leave the gold cards. We'll play this. So we want the mime here. We want the baron here. The reason being, in the gold card situation, ignoring the steel now, we trigger the card. Red seal triggers the card again. Mime triggers the card again. Blueprint triggers the mime again. That is 4 retriggers of the card. So that is how many times the card activates. And then the scoring, the 1.5, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 by 4. So it's 1.5 to the power of 16 times all the cards. That changes a little bit for the gold seal. Sorry, for the steel card. But so we're expecting a very large number here, E48 or something like that. So what did we decide? I think we decided to play this person. We play this person. We will move the mime over because there's a second phase after the scoring phase where we'll calculate our winnings, our money from the gold card. And we want everything retriggering the mime. I was all ready to mail Skojo his Sudoku pad. But then I realized it's Sunday. There's no post on Sunday. Also, I realized I should put it inside of a static proof bag inside of there. And maybe throw some desiccant in there because it's very soggy here in Portland. And if I put it in the mailbox, it's just going to sit in sogginess. Okay, we got E46, which is lower than I expected. Why is it lower than I expected? Oh, one of our cards wasn't red seal, actually. His Sudoku pad, which I said I was going to send him years ago. Rappings, did you never see the Sudoku pad? My project from, maybe it's like the year, like 18 months ago at this point now. I don't know. I forgot I didn't send it to him. I made 4 of them. I sent one to Simon and Mark. I sent one to Blobs. I kept one for myself, and I had intended to send one to Skojo, but I forgot. But now I have it. Maybe I'll do another run of them this year. Maybe I will do if people wanted these and I just wanted to do like a production run of them, maybe this year I will do a short production run of them. They're a real hassle to make. It was a tremendous hassle to get the keycaps to print because I like designed and 3D printed everything and made the PCB and did everything. And boy, there's a lot of work. But so much of that work is like a sunk cost now. Like the work is mostly done. It's just the assembly kind of sucks. Where is that thing? To be clear, I don't know if anyone actually uses theirs. It's just a fun object. It's a nice little... I should send one to Sven because it is obviously it's based on his work. Yeah, here it is. So I did custom PCB design, uses like cherry keyboard switches. I designed and 3D printed these in 2 colors, which was definitely not the thing to do because I thought like, oh, I'll save money by 3D printing this rather than having them manufactured. I'll save maybe like $100 or $200 by doing that. And then I spent like $10,000 worth of time making it work. But anyway, it was fun. It was fun to do for sure. I think I could do it better now. No, this was summer 2024 is when I actually did it. So it was a fun thing to do, and I learned a lot from it, but I have learned more things now. Now I know more things. Okay, we thought we would get 48, but we didn't have one of our red seal triggers because we had that golden fellow there. We should have gotten rid of the golden fellow. We may even still have a purple in here at this juncture. There's our gold seal. So we definitely want to get rid of that gold seal. Oh, thank you. It was a fun thing to do. It was more than anything just like meant to be a tribute to some of my a handful of people that were my Sudoku heroes. So let's cash out. Okay, so what are we even doing at this point in the game? Can anyone tell me? The couple of thoughts. One, I hate this, and here it is. We did take this one. I'm fairly sure we took this one. We just didn't take the upgraded one. But in terms of what our goals will be, since I've kind of forgotten everything that we're doing. Shoot, I forgot. We're still at the point where our flush 5 is higher than our high card. We're going to get our high card back up. So, things we want to accomplish. We don't think we need more colas. One, because we have 8, which I think we worked out was actually sufficient in terms of like the remaining. I think we ended up actually taking a 9th. 2, we actually know how the future goes and we know we don't need these, but I'm trying not to rely on... I'm trying for this run not to rely on future knowledge and more just like decision points, if that makes sense. Like, I didn't buy vouchers that I meant to buy. I want to do that. That's the main point to revisiting this run. I don't actually want to be like, well, hindsight says, let's do this other thing, you know. So, given that, well, okay, so on that very point, we're very near to the moment, I believe, that we chose to take the Invisible Joker. And we know actually that the Invisible Joker did not pay off for us, because it landed on the Baron. That's actually a thing you can like kind of just save scum by going to the menu and coming back without reloading a save anyway. I mean, it's just built into the game that things aren't committed until you do an action that commits them, and selling an Invisible Joker is not one of those things. But it would land on the Baron every time unless we sold the Baron, and then we would have to find another Baron. And all that would do for us is give us another copy of Blueprint and Brainstorm, which I don't think we actually need. I don't think we actually technically need to do the thing we're trying to accomplish. Because I think we decided that a full steel deck of 45 cards with just the right combination of... actually, the back in time. Have we gone back in time twice? We have. Of like the serpent, the Baron, the serpent, the burglar, like the exact right hand can get a Nanith. So extremely narrow path forward to begin with, but all of it was contingent on getting a reroll voucher that we didn't. 1 glass plus a GAT. I don't think it's possible, Stonecrop, that it won't be, that we won't need the glass once we get to that particular. That we won't get to that. Sorry. Once we're playing the enormously huge hand and we have 45 cards in hand and we're on the serpent, we may not need the glass. Although it's a good point. Maybe that would help us not have to have quite as perfect a hand. Maybe we could have 44 cards or something like that. So, again, no amount of like honing the run at this point will help us if we can't if we can't, if making these different voucher choices doesn't get us the voucher we need, right? Because we know we've seen the future, unfortunately, on ante 20, was it 26? Where we can only reroll the boss one time and both of the bosses kill us, because the first boss was no repeat hand types, which kills us because we had to play 2 hands to make the DNA work. And they had to both be high card. Maybe there's some possible way you could imagine where we get a negative bean and we could play actually a pair on the second hand or something like that, but very unlikely. And then the second boss was we had to play 5 cards, which kills us. So not even if we do everything perfectly today, if we don't get that voucher, we almost certainly still die on ante 26. There are some extremely unlikely things that could happen in ante 25 if we pop these negative tags and we just happen to get, oh, we got a negative bean and a new negative troubadour, like vanishingly small odds. But we can at least, more than anything, it's to make me be able to sleep better at night, knowing that, like, okay, it wasn't just that I didn't buy the vouchers, it's that the universe was truly stacked against us. So, sorry, what did we just score? I forgot. E40, we thought it was going to be E48, but it was less. But what did we score? Anybody remember? I forgot. E40 something? There's a possibility. I don't think it's true. Was it E46? Okay, as long as it beats these, I'm fine with it. There is a possibility that we could have maybe held on to the idol a little longer. But I guess the point again is that no matter how perfectly we play, whatever we do differently, we probably still die. And that's okay. It's not. I just know we came in under 48, but it doesn't. I think we're still okay. So anyway, all of that being said, here are our goals. We have to buy this before we leave. Do not let me not buy this before we fight the Flint. Which also, remember, the Flint like kind of tanks our score a little bit. Remember, we kind of got scared where it was like, ooh, that base chips and malt actually hit harder than expected. There's not really anything in a standard pack we could care about, I think. I mean, like, some thought that like maybe we want to get some extra kings, but if we're gonna get, if our next goal is DNA, then we're gonna have a whole bunch of cards soon anyway. So I think that we have the ability to convert some cards to start converting some cards to steel. We can get rid of that gold seal card. In terms of scoring, we're making money now, you know, we're making some money. We will stop making money once we get the DNA. So we don't necessarily want the DNA now. The thing we maybe want now, would be possibly golden ticket, would be something, you know, a consideration. Wheel of Fortune is, I just don't think there's a world. One, we've already seen the future and we know we don't get an ectoplasm. Two, it's very risky. Like getting that ectoplasm reduces our hand size, which makes us much weaker. We could then add a blueprint or brainstorm to hopefully offset that, but it feels, we could do the math, but I don't know that there's actually a net gain to say like, okay, we took the hit, we lost the 2 more hand size, but then we were able to use blueprint or brainstorm to both get an extra card from DNA and get extra scoring from Bearing in Mind. I don't actually think that matters. And again, we kind of have seen the future, and we know we, at least in the antes that matter, the next few antes, we know we don't get. Do I want that for temperance? No. We don't get an ectoplasm anyway. So we're going to roll to maybe 15 or so. We don't need to roll super deeply at this time because we don't feel like we're in danger at this time. We are wanting to find a DNA. I do think we passed on a DNA somewhere in ante 20 or ante 21, but let's just go ahead and go to the next round, I think. And I believe we are okay in terms of scoring. We may want just... Oh, look, we do still have the purple. So let's take this opportunity to both get rid of the purple and the gold seal and have a little bit of score for our steel cards, which I don't think we technically need, but maybe we want them on the boss. Because yeah, maybe we need 2 on the boss or something. So let's discard copying the mail-in rebate for a bit of money. I think we did roll a lot and not find a golden ticket, which was wild. But rebate is okay for our purposes. At this moment, at this juncture. In terms of how much scoring we want to aim for, let's play 2 steel in hand, and I think we're more than fine. This might be more like 50, possibly. I think this should be a comfortable score, because I've almost certainly scored 43 last time, even without the steel. Okay, we happy with this? Our copies look good, and we move the mime. At this time, because we're not worried about the DNA, we can play through these hands if we make a mistake. At E50. So if we play this hand on the boss, I think we will be comfortable. So as far as like true mistakes I made yesterday, again, was not buying the vouchers I said I was going to buy. And perhaps rolling too deeply at one point for a death card. There's a burglar that we will need later that continually shows up before we need his services. At this moment, I didn't mean to sell that. Good grief. So this is a moment that you can do the... I'm pretty prone to making mistakes in Balatro, period. I'm much more prone when playing on PC because I'm just much more used to using the Steam Deck controls. And then while I'm talking, I'm even more likely to make mistakes. So I will, at least on this stream, make use of the pop back to the menu thing. Especially because we've already reloaded. Yes, thank you. Remember voucher. We don't have to buy it yet. We're in this phase here. We have to buy it in this phase. So we have to buy it after the next hand. But thank you. Please plague me. So our high card is still a little lower. I mean, we can open this, but we'll see that we probably don't get a high card. We maybe could have found a high card in the shop before opening that. So that was not a perfectly optimal play. But, you know, I've been thinking about that Captain Picard quote where it's like, you know, you can do everything right and still lose. And he said, I forgot what he said. Like, that's not failure. That's just life. It's idle. We don't need at this moment. Wheel of Fortune, I just don't think does anything for us. I guess it doesn't hurt. It's not going to land anyway. It's just a couple bucks wasted. Here's a point that I think maybe we took this cola. I think we did take this cola. I think maybe we sold this rebate and took the cola. I'm willing to do that again. Again, like, yeah, we're not quite there. I'm not, the goal isn't to like fully rewrite history with the benefit of hindsight. It's more, the goal is to make choices that I meant to make. We're going to the Vagrant. Is it time? We'll just blow all this money. Take this person. If we were feeling very pressed to get a bunch of steel right now, we would do that, but we don't need a bunch of steel right now. We're going to roll to maybe 20. We can spin wheels just for the satisfaction of gambling. Card shark. It's not the time or place. We do know we get a negative driver's license, which is funny. Doesn't really affect things. It's just kind of funny. Okay, we are going to go ahead. We will remember to buy this next time. Just reiterating, we're going to be here. You love the Vagrant. I that's one of the... I don't hate the Vagrant. I sometimes... You know, there's times where the Vagrant... Like, if you're playing a gold stake and you get the Vagrant early on, that can be really valuable. Vagrant plus credit card can be an interesting synergy early in a gold stake run. Otherwise, like, I very rarely take the man. You might take him in another case simply because Vagrant is a rare and you want to block a rare because you're looking for a blueprint or a brainstorm or an invisible or a showman or some other rare. You might just hold the Vagrant hostage, but otherwise, not a card I take very often. So we had another gold seal? I didn't know that. I didn't recall. Okay, we are... Oh yeah, I sold the way to... I forgot that I sold the way that we make money. Remember when I sold it to take the... I could have purchased the Vagrant. I sold my money making, and I forgot to buy new money making. So we'll use this terrible money making right now with 4 of a kinds, because why not? May as well. I think that we had this problem originally as well when we sold the... I think we sold the rebate at the same time for the same reason, and then actually had a hard time finding a money replacement. But I'm pretty sure I bought a Joker there. But that's okay. I don't actually believe that that is a run-ending mistake. It's just a slight fumble. Again, the vouchers are what will make or break this run. The sad thing will be if somehow we squeeze through with the vouchers, which is a very unlikely. Like I think we talked about it last night. We're maybe increasing our odds from a 1 in 10 chance to a 1 in 9 chance, right? Like even with our new choices today, nothing is guaranteed. We are only very slightly increasing our chances. So not a time to get our hopes up, perhaps. We're going to play, we're copying the Baron, 1 copy the Mime. We will play this hand. We cannot make a mistake here. This appears to be correct. Play this, move the Mime. We should look for money. I mean, one of these days I would like a truly honest Naninf, unseeded, no legendaries. I did finally get a Naninf anti-39. And my first Naninf, in fact, was anti-39 with a Perkeo run. The bean, so you're correct, actually. The bean saved us because I didn't take DNA when I should have taken DNA. So, I mean, one of 2 things will happen. Either this time we will take DNA when I should have taken DNA, or we will find the bean again as a rescue. We will be rescued by the bean. We're still not there on our high card. We now have to purchase this idiot. I don't want to do it right now, but I need to do it before I leave the shop. Luchador, we could take Luchador here just for funsies. But we hopefully find something to make a little money. These people don't make money. These people, what do these people do? They don't make money. I mean, Magician, there's 6s is a fun one, but we don't have anything that's chance-based right now. Some consideration for an extra discard, except we got rid of our rebate, so an extra discard is not actually that helpful, because I have no purple at this moment. We can fight the power with this beautiful Rainbow Fist. We can sell this and use this, which I think I said, look at that! We got a little Troubadour. That is, yeah, we spent a lot of money. Well, yes, at the end, when the only possible chance, we had two beans that came in. We had the bean that we actually did get that kind of saved our life waiting for the DNA. Then we had the bean we did not get. But the sad thing is even if we had gotten that bean that we spent all of our money looking for, it wouldn't have saved us because the boss would still kill us. Maybe. I think it still would have. Maybe with +5 hand size, we could have survived somehow. Anyway, Troubadour is actually, yeah. Now, maybe a fresh bean with +5 hand size with our flush 5 being, sorry, +5 hand size and flush 5 being leveled up this much, maybe could have been helpful. Not likely. Doesn't seem likely. I mean, we could have done the math, but doesn't seem likely. Okay, Troubadour is a little bit of money, and Troubadour is some score until we find the DNA. So Troubadour is not a bad hit. We'll keep rolling a little more. We'll keep spinning the wheel for the gambling high. We said drunkard doesn't help. We said we like death always. Let's do this first. Just looking for this, because if we can get, oh, that doesn't actually matter. It's the number of times played. Sorry. This is just not gonna work. So we can look in here because there's still a chance there will be a high card. There isn't. But because we had this up here, we were blocking at least Jupiter from showing up in the pack. I didn't mean to use that, but it's fine. Okay, let's buy this. Let's roll a little more. A little more. A little more. We'll take the double money. I don't think we're actually too worried about this, but that boss is a little worrisome, but I think Troubadour also just gives us so much more score that we don't actually care. So let's go in here. We could choose to do something here, but we actually didn't land on anything that's meaningful. So we're not too worried about rolling for a moneymaker because this does technically give us a bit more money with the mime. It's not huge money like we would get with rebate or golden ticket, but again, the benefit of hindsight. Yeah, buy the voucher. Don't forget the voucher. Buy the voucher. We gotta buy this voucher. Thank you. Thank you, Ratfink. I easily could have just progressed forward without doing that, which would have been a pretty funny thing to do. I should have like saved without saying anything and then done it just to see, just as a test, who's paying attention. Okay, speaking of saving, let's back up this save. Okay, we bought the voucher. We're ready to proceed, right? We bought this stupid voucher. I hate that voucher so much that I like have a blindness to it where I'm just like, I'm not going to buy it. Okay, so we're not playing flushes. It's not possible for us to play flushes. So we just are going to score on the first hand, and we're just going to maybe try to find a hand of solid gold. Because I think even with this debuff, solid gold is fine, I think. Because we have the additional hand size. So let's just play this exactly as is presented. I don't think we need any steal here. If we die, we just saved. So it's fine. But I don't think we need any. Okay, do that and do that. This should be a boost, you know, a modest, even with the debuff, we're still probably expecting E48, E49, E50. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Maybe the debuff is more substantial than I'm thinking it will be. But that is quite a few extra 1.5s. E58, in fact. So, yeah, Troubadour is a reasonable pickup right now. Because, even though it's not a moneymaker, it gives us, one, extra hand size for more gold for the mime to make money for us, which is an okay moneymaker. Like, what do we get? Like a couple $100 maybe, and it is additional scoring, so we don't need as many. We don't need steel cards. So it's more gold cards and more scores. We don't need steel cards. So we'll just take the magic trick right now because it doesn't actually harm us. Our celestial pack, we're still behind, so we still probably don't get. It's not really, probably not worth opening this unless we have a bunch of planet cards up here. So kind of makes you ask, what should our goals be right now? Because we just scored, what did we just score? Was that E58? I should pay attention to these things. We know we don't get skip tags that mean anything. 58, okay. This actually is a skip tag that when we were on Andy 26 could have saved us, because +3 hand size times all of this would have made our hand so large that we would have won against the boss, even with 5 cards probably. We know we have to re-roll this boss, so don't forget to re-roll this boss. E58. Okay, so we are extremely fine, no problem in this ante. And then I think the next ante is 59, where we are maybe a little bit less fine, but in that situation we can do some steel, or we will find the DNA. Or, as Stonecrop pointed out, we did find a bean at the time. The thing that's very different now is I'm re-rolling in a different way, like, so, like, certain things will be deterministic, and certain things will not be deterministic. Certain things will just play out differently. In fact, because I maybe already, for example, maybe I didn't roll as deep already. Can't remember when we found that invisible joker, but maybe I just haven't seen the invisible joker that I should have seen. So there's 2 planet cards here, which gives us slightly better odds in this pack, and the odds don't play out. I could have waited until I had 3 planet cards if I cared a great deal. Our high card level is not, that important. I think by the end of last night we did get either to 100 or close to 100, but we will re-roll a little bit because we did see some negatives, you know, over time that did boost our score. I don't remember where or when. I'm thinking we roll a little bit more, maybe like 20. I don't know. That's a pretty good number. 4,900 makes it pretty easy to see how much money we're making. And then if we pop this was a hermit, and use this. So, and one more. Oh, look, 3 planet cards would have been a more opportune time to open that pack, but that's okay. So let's go to the next round. And again, we're not shuffling cards for the rebate or the golden ticket or any of those things. We could have continued to roll for a golden ticket. We definitely could have, but I think the Troubadour is actually a pretty good pickup for us at this time. And we feel pretty confident that playing this is going to give us E58. And so we'll just do that. And then we'll see how much money we make from 4,900. I think in the neighborhood of $200, but that maybe it's more like 150. I mean, obviously we could try to calculate it, but. So far the main things that are different from our previous playthrough, because I'm pretty sure we did buy those vouchers, are, I think we popped, I think I may be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure I rolled past a judgment and said, oh, I should have taken that judgment. And I think that's maybe where this Troubadour comes from. I definitely did that. I mean, I definitely did roll past a judgment at one point and say I should have taken it. I just can't remember if it was that judgment, but it'd be cool if it was. If it was like that slight change, that one decision point got us the Troubadour. That was only E51. Why was that only E51? Wait, was that? No. Sorry, the required score was only E51. I'm sorry. We scored E59. The required score is E51. I'm messing myself up. Yeah, sorry. Our score is E59. Sorry. Okay, here's our cool boots. Love the boots. Troubadour can have some boots that are made for walking. These Arcana packs. I remember we had like these deep discussions about what if there's an ectoplasm in there. There's your Vagabond. Nomad, Vagabond. Call me what you will. We talked about the showman, I feel like. The best that we could have hoped for with the showman. In fact, maybe we bought this showman and then swapped it for invisible. Is that what happened? Because the best thing a showman could do right now is give us another blueprint or brainstorm, or give us another Baron or Mine, which we wouldn't really want. But we'd lose the Troubadour, which means losing score and losing money. And so I don't think... Maybe we took the showman, but maybe this is the shop where we sold for the invisible? Who can say? Who can possibly remember things like that? Not me. We will... Let's go in here and let's actually make a steal, I think. Maybe we make 2 steals. Just so we're starting to have a bit more steel in the deck. Maybe. Do I want to do it 2 times? Not really, but maybe. We know there was a point last night we had to pivot hard to steel. That decision point is shifted because of our E59, but it would be maybe wise to just have the option. There's not much reason to open this unless we also want to make another... Oh, there's a Wraith that we talked about. Is it worth $5,000 to land on a rare? I don't know. So maybe we only made like $100 from that round, which is less than I was thinking. Okay, so we could look at this lady and sell her wares. So I'm not feeling deeply pressed to... We did have a seltzer save us at an earlier point. We've got very good temperatures right now, but they will be damaged soon. So, yeah, there's not a deep reason to keep re-rolling other than we do know we see a couple negatives. Where are we, by the way? Oh, we got to re-roll this boss. Remember to re-roll the boss. Yeah, we know we get a couple negatives that are fun. Not necessary, but fun. We'll take this chariot just as a insurance policy. We'll maybe roll down to around 5,000. Although I don't like rolling down to like non-multiples of 5 for some reason. I think we just keep going. Let's re-roll this right now. And this was a boss we landed on that turned out to be fine. It was a little bit scary because we didn't know what was or wasn't steel, but that's less of a concern with the Troubadour. So I think we go ahead. And just reminding myself that we probably still die despite our best efforts. There is a universe where if we really wanted to, we could be like, let's play this seed again. But it would be a pretty terrible seed to play again because we know how hard it is to get the retcon voucher, which is a critical voucher. And I don't even, some of those decisions now are 9 hours ago, and I just don't, 9 hours of game time ago. I don't really have any notion of what we could do better. We could play a plush 5 for $4. You want $4? Times an additional 4? $16 times 3 hands? Huh? Is it worth it? I don't care enough. I don't think. If you truly wanted to optimize every decision, you would do that. We would play this flush 5, but... Okay. Maybe just one time. Get a couple... we just want a little walking around money, you know? Just a little spending money. This is, by the way, what our score is with the flush 5. Pretty sad. Well, it's our score with the flush 5 not copying the Baron, but like, we're trying to make money right now. We're trying to make the big bucks. Oh no, I had the mime in the wrong place. I didn't make the big bucks. I only made $12 instead of 16. Tragic. Yeah, a little bit of breakfast taco money. You just want to have a little, you know, a little change in your pocket. I had the mime there, and I just compromised. I just lost $8. Bummer. I am curious now that I've said that. Is like, let's just for kicks, what does it look like to play a flush 5 while copying the Baron and the mime properly? Just because we did consider that for like, oh, that the boss that requires, you know, play 5 or whatever. I just want to compare this to what our score is otherwise. This steel is throwing things off a little bit. In fact, maybe we discard this steel just to make our experiment more. So we're going to play this. This is not very meaningful in terms of score, but let's just see what this looks like because we have a spare hand, so why not? I don't think there's a chance that it scores. Maybe it's in like the E30s or something. I really don't know. We have a modestly leveled up flush 5, but we just have way fewer kind of like exponent triggers. But we'll see. E30, okay, in the 30s. So let's, discard this? Play a proper hand. And we are expecting E59-ish. This person's in the right place. This person's in the right place. Expecting E59-ish. And expecting, I don't know, like $100? What are we expecting money-wise? We have 5060, 5061. $59. Okay. This could get us through the next round with just maybe another hand or two. The following round is when we have to have the DNA, I think. Sorry, not round, ante. But I can't remember exactly. Okay. So, right? Our requirements are no problem. This boss is no problem. We have no real need to reroll. Did we get our... No, we played some extra flush 5s, so we messed up. We got 2 planet cards here. We can look in here. Really not a big deal. Didn't work out. We can look in here and maybe like decide if we want to make another friend. Let's make another friend. Because we had to scramble to do that at one point. It turned out fine, but it could have not turned out fine. So it doesn't hurt to do it a little ahead of time. We'll take Temperance now and maybe get some Fools for the Temperance. Do you give us anything? No. We can leave these up here, and then they won't appear when we're re-rolling. I don't remember getting a negative 8 ball. See, this is what happens. This is the butterfly effect. We went back in time and we changed the course of history, and now we get a negative 8 ball instead of that negative driver's license. Yeah, we have truly split to a new universe now. We altered the course of time. That's fine with me. We are casually considering the idea of if we saw DNA, we would take it. We have 10 of these. Actually, I guess we didn't take that last one that I took. Oops. Maybe we didn't take that. Maybe we kept the rebate. We are not taking this one because I think just mathematically, where are we? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And there are only 32 vouchers. So we have enough skip tags that if we did, which we won't, if we did see a voucher skip, we could get every remaining voucher, but we don't think that happens in any timeline, very sadly. Unless there's something that would alter the voucher order. I mean, we are going to alter the voucher order by taking the Planet Tycoon next ante, I think. and then taking the discount voucher the following ante. That will alter the course of history as regards vouchers, but the voucher skip is probably not going to happen. But we do know that we have in whatever ante 25, there's a negative skip that if we're gonna go down, we'll go down by taking the negative skip, and it will be silly. So let's re-roll a few more times. There's a golden ticket. So if you wanted to prioritize money, you could take the golden ticket right now, but you can make a lot of money. You would make a lot of money taking the golden ticket right now, but we would be damaging our score. And by damaging our score, we have to worry more about steal. And then the money making from the golden ticket is less viable, right? So there's this trade-off. Getting rid of Troubadour damages our score significantly enough that we'd have to really think about steal more. So playing the golden ticket it's tempting to do this, but knowing how little time we have left on the clock and that money really can't buy vouchers, I think I'm not gonna take the golden ticket. That's a tough one. If we'd gotten this earlier in this ante, I probably would have taken it. But having it now, I mean, this is hundreds of dollars per round, to be clear. This is probably the best money maker we could possibly have at the moment. We would make, I don't even, what is it? $300 a round? Whatever it is, it's a lot of money. And we made what? A couple hundred a round? I don't know. So I'm not going to take it. But strong. This guy again. Get out of here. We've now slipped into a timeline where the game is just trolling me with Diet Cola. We'll maybe roll to 20 or so. There's not much we could want from that. It'd be nice to maybe hit a temperance. There's an egg. Okay, that's probably deep enough. We will want a DNA. And a thing that is scary is perhaps we have altered the decision tree such that the DNA may not happen. It's in there somewhere. I can't remember exactly the logic. I think per ante, the card order is determined. And then when you switch to a new ante, it's a card order. Anyway, I really can't remember. The negative 8 ball is actually throwing me off a little bit. Maybe we didn't get the negative 8 ball because it's a time when we had the invisible joker, so we were choosing not to re-roll. But we didn't re-roll very deeply for that. We have no 8s for this 8 ball, by the way. It just looks cool. So next round, this boss is not a threat. We feel very comfortable with our scoring. We don't really need to do anything if we don't want to. I'm going to just use this for Pluto, I think. Just so we can pick up another full for Temperance or whatever. And I think we're just going to play this. We are not playing a flush house. We're just going to play. One of these could be steal. We don't know. It doesn't matter. I think we just play here and copy this. And now I think this is where our decision making gets serious. In terms of, I think the score requirements will be E59. And I think that we have to take the stupid Planet Tycoon. We have to take it. But I think this boss is the serpent, actually, right? If I remember correctly. The boss of Ante 22 was the serpent. Maybe Ante 23 was the serpent. Could be wrong. One of those I'm pretty sure was the serpent. Which is the boss we want, always. The serpent, there's lots of bosses that there's a number of bosses that can kill us outright. There's a number of bosses that are slightly annoying. There's a number of like this boss, slightly annoying. There's a number of bosses that are irrelevant or we're just kind of immune to with our current build. And then there's exactly one boss that is a straight up a buff. And that is the, we still haven't played enough high cards because we played those extra flush fives. Not a huge deal, but slightly annoying. We'll just look in here, maybe for a temperance. Grim is no good. We can spin the Wheel of Fortune. We got a shiny Baron. So we did land on that. Remember, we had a shiny Baron that the at some point we got a holographic Baron because that's what the Invisible Joker copied whenever we took it. I truly can't remember exactly when we did all these things. Casually looking for a DNA. Otherwise, just picking up some high cards, picking up some money. This may, Stonecrop, this may have been the bean that saved us. But I don't think we need this bean for these E59s, right? I don't think we need this bean. I think the Troubadour with some steel, like we're already hitting E59, and if we add a little bit of steel, I think we're okay. So I don't think we need to take this bean. Some consideration for this bean is it makes scoring not a problem at all for this ante, because this ante, it will be 5, 4, 3 hand size, right? It means we can play more gold and make more money. Yeah. But then it means for next ante that DNA is a critical purchase. And I know we did actually hit the DNA when we got to ante 23, if I remember correctly, when it became critical. But have we altered the timeline? Have we altered the timeline such that our DNA purchase changes things? I don't know. Is it worth taking this bean right now so we don't even have to think about anything and can make a bit more money from the mime? Sorry, taking this, yeah. Sell the Troubadour, buy the bean is a option that we have at this moment. The Troubadour gets us through this ante, but we have to start playing steel. The bean makes everything no problem. Either way, I think. Troubadour, I don't think, does it for us next ante. The first round of the next ante, the bean is on parity with the Troubadour anyway. If we needed to, we could skip to the boss, which I think maybe that boss is the... No, this boss is the Serpent. So this boss is not a concern no matter what. Let's take the bean just because the bean's fun. I like a bean. Look at that bean. Look at this guy. Look at this little bean. Let's re-roll a little. We get the negative. We did get that negative. We didn't get the this guy. It was just variance and re-rolling, I guess. Not everything changes. Not everything has changed in the timeline. I think this may have just been a matter of re-rolling in that particular ante, I guess. Maybe we got this instead of the driver's license because of how things lined up. I couldn't tell you. So, rebate, no. What are we looking for? Money? We already got stuff up here. Maybe. There's our driver's license. Look, we did get it. So this must be just that we weren't re-rolling because of the invisible or something. Who knows? Okay, that's exciting. We got our whole gang. This kind of actually does give us a little bit of a score boost. Like, it's only 3x. So, like, when you're at E48, E59, whatever, 3x is not a big deal. But some of our scores have been somewhat on the border. So, let's re-roll the 20. Maybe. Okay, there's our showman again. Not looking for showman. Before we fight the serpent, we have to take this idiot. Please remember to buy the idiot. We don't get the high card, but we get 3 on our red card. Okay, so I think. Let's just use this and discard it. How's that sound? I think we don't need I don't think we need any steel with 14 cards. We can confirm that by going over here and saying, yeah, this is going to be, I mean, I feel like it was lying to us a little bit yesterday, but this is E81, which I think may be true with the bean. So we'll just do the thing and we'll make the money and everything's going to be fine, right? Our Joker configuration's good. We can't play flush. Let's go. Copy the mime over. So we're expecting something like E80 on this round, but every round our score is going to dwindle because of the properties of the bean, but we feel okay about that in the very near term. Look at all these emails. Look at all these things I'm supposed to be doing that I'm not doing. That's okay. Okay, why was that only E77? See, this is what was happening yesterday. Did I have one too many cards in my calculation? I did. Sorry, I had one too many cards in my calculation. E76 is what the calculator gives us, and then we got a little boost from our driver's license. I did that yesterday. I added one too many cards. Stonecrop caught me doing it, but we're totally fine here. We are ignoring the stupid card right now. We don't care about standard packs. The Arcana pack, I don't really care about. Maybe it gives us money, but we're not really too worried about making copies of things or whatever right now. Eventually, glass did become a concern, but I'm not worried about getting glass. We will re-roll a little bit, thinking that we might see a DNA. We can check out this lady. She has not really been helping us. Do we get more negatives after this? I really don't remember. We rolled pretty hard at a certain point and didn't get negatives, but maybe at that point we had taken this Planet Idiots. I don't know. I want to hit a temperance. Can we hit a temperance? Our cash reserves are increasing rather than dwindling, which is a promising thing to see. We'll use you. Waste of time. Unlocking the flush house was a mistake. And this is, like, you can see how it is harming us now in a mild way. I did that in a very bad order because I want temperance on the fool. But is this the invisible that messed us up? Or was it another invisible? I don't know, man. I think it was maybe a different invisible. I think it was an earlier invisible before we hit the E59. Anyway, I'm not interested in you, sir. Selling, again, the flush house really clogging things up. Let's just take this hermit. Use this. So we're hoping for an E76 this round. To be clear, we don't need to take that voucher yet. The reason we don't want to take the voucher is it's going to clog up the shop. And it's even going to clog up the shop in even a worse way than usual, which is very bad, and it's the worst voucher in the game, but it will be even worse because we took that flush house. So we will also just have a totally useless, an additional totally useless planet card. We hit play. We copy the mime. I'm going to step away to the restroom while this scores, and I'll be right back. Excuse me. What did I do wrong? Why was that only E71? Did I not have the mime in the right place or something? What did I do wrong? Maybe I had the mime in the wrong place. Okay. Do this for fun. Do we require DNA right now? Like, what is the next round? Like 68 or something? I think we're still okay. Oh, no. It's E71 because the bean is degrading. Right? And now the bean is going to degrade again. And the bean's going to be E64. So we're going to need DNA soon. So it's kind of a question of, do we try? Yeah, the degrading of the bean. So the bean is currently worse than copying DNA. So we could re-roll in this shop pretty deeply looking for DNA. And then we have another shop after this to look for DNA. And then we might be dead if we don't find, because our bean at that point would be +2, right? And maybe I should have been more careful. We could be okay with all steel, possibly, after that, but it would be a good time to find a DNA. But I can't remember when we found the DNA. Did we find the DNA now, or do we find it in the next shop? Don't recall. Did we... Finally, we can open this and get a high card. Not that it matters that much, but it matters a little bit. We really just kind of want money out of here, I guess. I could have made an effort to find some steel cards. So we probably want to re-roll maybe even down to 5,000 looking for the DNA. I can't remember where we found the DNA. Stonecrop, when did we find that? Yeah, this boss is the serpent. So we're not worried about this boss. We're worried about the first ante of the... Sorry, first round of the next ante is where we are feeling fear. And we're expecting that voucher to be the first discount voucher, I think. You're not negative. I just can't remember if we found DNA in this shop or the next shop. I don't really need to sell that. It was just annoying me. Oh, right. Also, we do have, yeah, getting sleepy. We do have Justice. We have the Justice Gambit, which does help a bit. But I'm willing to roll down to like 5,000 here if this was the shop where we found the DNA. There's our golden ticket again. We want to be cautious about money because we're kind of approaching a point in the game where we will no longer be making money, right? So we definitely had a time where we spent too much money on death. You don't really need anything. I don't think this was the shop where we found the DNA. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think it was. There's the burglar what we need in the future. I remember we saw a billion burglars that we didn't need, but so let's just go next. We're fine in the serpent, obviously. The serpent will be absurd scoring. We're copying this guy correctly. Even with the degrading of the bean, we're not concerned. So let's go serpent. I didn't buy the voucher, did I? Did I forget to buy the voucher? Did I just forget to buy the voucher? I didn't buy it, did I? Did I buy the voucher? I forgot to buy the voucher, didn't I? Oh no! Oh no! I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. We have to go back. I don't know when my last save was. That's lame. Bummer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ooh, last save was some time ago. Bummer. I'm so bummer. I didn't buy the voucher. That's sad. That is sad. That's like actually sad. That was just a waste of, I don't even know, 30 minutes or something. There's the flint. Yeah, that whole ante. Bummer. 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 That's sad. That's sad. Okay, what did we do? I don't even know. Let's just go next. We weren't very worried about this. We have the troubadour. Oh no, I'm sorry everyone. That's a fair, yeah, fair. If I say we cannot forget this, make a save file in that moment. That's good protocol. I think we just play this. I don't think we actually need anything else because we have the troubadour. Let's just breeze through this, I guess. We don't have any of our negatives. Bummer. Rat thinks I don't blame you, and I don't blame your son. I blame Stonecrop. No, I don't blame. I blame myself. We're okay here, right? Okay, that's so... What a silly thing. Okay, we've had to travel because I forgot to buy the planet voucher. The thing I said repeatedly, I have to buy the planet voucher before I leave the shop, and then as soon as I clicked to leave the shop, I realized that I didn't buy it. So we just lost like, I don't know, 25 minutes or something. You think I made a save in 21? I'll double check. We have the troubadour here. I think I made a save right before 21, which is this. But I will, let me double check. I mean, the saves I have are really messy, so. I think that was my most recent save, unfortunately. I think I made it right before 21, and now we're in 21. And we bought this, and we rolled, and we found a bean, and whatever. And so we'll just go through this like we're going through a set of crunches, right? We'll just like pound our way through it. I'm not going to worry about that guy. We're not going to worry about these guys. We'll roll a bit. I'm sorry. That's frustrating for me, and I'm sure that's frustrating to deal with. I mean, we had not made the decision point we missed was finding the bean, and I don't remember when that happened. So we'll just like roll to 25 per ante or something. And just try to go through quickly. See, yeah, you didn't miss anything. This is how I think that, you know, like we're doing a multiverse thing. Sometimes you got to travel through time a little bit. There's our boots. Promising. I actually don't remember how far we rolled. Oh, you're welcome for my mistake. We didn't take this guy. The concern now is that I don't find the bean because I don't re-roll deeply enough for the bean. But we're just going to go and just try to go through these. We have to re-roll this boss. Let's do that now. Next round, re-roll the boss is going to be 1 and 7. And we're just going to play. And we're not going to mess around. And we're just going to play. We don't need to think. We've lived this already, right? We feel comfortable with this score because of the troubadour. Is that true? We're expecting bigger numbers. And then we move this. A new series? Okay. So only I'm the one that's upset about it. Wait, Rap thinks you've missed me being a non-functional human being? It's an area of expertise for me. How did we do? E59. Easy. Okay, right. We're going to re-roll to 25 every time. Because we do have to find the DNA at some point. We did do a bean pivot at some point. Winding me up. Oh gosh. I do get a little wound up on stream, it's true. Stonecrop's restarting more than I am. I mean, this just feels like a mess. This is what happens with time travel shenanigans. You break the timeline, you go forward, you go back. There's an incantation we didn't care about. This is the place that maybe we said, I'm going to do this thing. What would be more fun if this was like a Back to the Future style timeline, time travel thing, where I could see myself making the mistakes in real time while trying to manipulate things like, oh, maybe Stonecrop is actually me from the future masquerading as a different person to influence what's going on in the run. Seems likely. We look in here. I think there was money in here. There wasn't. We talked about taking this wrath and blowing all our money. Maybe we make one seal card. Okay. We re-roll. Somewhere there's a bean. Somewhere there are some more negatives that we don't care that much about. It's just a waste of time in a way that isn't super fun because we just did this. Well, we'll just re-roll to 25 again. We're just like we're going through a set of crunches. This flush 5 we're not going to bother doing this time. Let me tell you. Wait, is that 8 ball supposed to be negative? Did we like mess up the timeline again? Maybe. We're gonna buy that voucher. I compromised the mission. It happens. Time travel is complicated stuff. Fundamental flaw of time travel with the no, wait. Here's the negative 8 ball. We got it. We're back on the timeline. Fundamental flaw with all time travel stories that involve someone who has a motivation in the present that they want to go back in time and change something is they will alter the course of the universe such that they are not the same person in the present. They won't be the same person in the present who had that motivation. We're ignoring all the paradoxes of like killing yourself in the past or whatever. We're talking about it purely in terms of motivation. We said we are going to roll to 25. We did get our negative 8 ball, which is just for fun. We are re-rolling primarily just as good like re-roll hygiene. We said we're not taking this because of the idea of hitting the DNA sooner rather than later, and we do need to hit the bean. The bean that we hit at some point. So we do all this stuff. I think we just go. The problem here too is now I'm rushing and much more prone to make a mistake. It is true. We've got this voucher paradox now where like, I don't even know what voucher I want anymore. I do in fact. And it, oddly enough, it is specifically that voucher that alters the course of future in that it is a voucher that exists like at odds to sort of like the machinations of fortune, which is the boss reroll voucher. You can say, my destiny was to fight this boss, but I will re-roll my destiny. So it's even a layer deeper because we're looking for... I mean, again, I don't know anything about the Avengers really other than what I picked up from memes. It sounds a lot like one of the Infinity Stones, right? The retcon voucher. We're traveling through time to find the voucher that will let us alter the future. This is safe to take because I didn't do the flush 5. See, I've altered the timeline again. This had a temperance, which we will take. Maybe while we're here, we'll just do one of these. I feel like it's actually kind of more stressful for me. I'm just not like... Oh, it was only when I hit that super monster run, that was who knows how many hours, that I actually started making saves in Balatro. I feel like it's actually more stressful for me to like be saving and trying to recover than just like blindly just marching into the future, marching into an unknown future. I think about sometimes, I think about when I was a kid and I would play, this is slightly different but related topic. When I would play Wolfenstein 3D and later Doom, it would seem fun to like put in the codes to get into God mode or whatever. Wait, we found the boots already. We think we're gonna find red card. Yeah, the red card that becomes yellow, and then the driver's license shortly after. But is that in this shop or the next shop? I don't know. And also I've already made different decisions again. So I would play those games and I would put in the like God mode codes, and then the game would just become, it would be fun for like 5 minutes to like clip through walls and be invincible and all that stuff. And then very quickly it was like, oh, this is actually not, pretty boring to be a god. It's like, it's not that fun. There's these colas tormenting me. So to be clear, in all timelines, I am tormented by colas. So that's the thing I think about anytime. Yeah, Ratfinks is an envoy of the gods. A thing I think about is like, you know, because I'm always making plans for like, what if I find the magic lamp with the genie in it? I want to be prepared for that, because the last thing you want is to find the genie in the lamp and not be prepared for what you're going to do. And so what I have come up with is what I consider like the 3 perfect wishes for the genie in the lamp. And actually there's a point of bifurcation in these wishes, but as outlined and with an understanding there's a point of like a tangential logic, there's room for tangential logic, is wish number 1. And this is the initial plan. Again, there's room to pivot on wish number 3. Wish number 1 is, I wish I knew exactly the perfect thing to wish for. Because I know my biggest problem would be whatever wishes I made, the rest of my life I would regret it. And I'm going to say that 1 perfect wish is way better than 3 imperfect wishes. And we could work on the wording. We could try to like put in some clauses. We could make it like boilerplate legal, bulletproof, no monkey's paw stuff. But like wish number 1, I wish I knew exactly what to wish for. Now, that could change the trajectory of the other wishes, but if it doesn't, wish number 2 is make that exact wish. And then wish number 3 is forget I ever made a wish. I'll just live in this new universe that is influenced by the fact that I made wishes, but I don't want to know that I made any wishes. And the most eye-opening thing about that is I might live in that universe. Like maybe I live in the universe where I wished to know the exact perfect thing to wish for and then did that wish and then wished to forget it. Maybe I'm living in the universe that is a result of the perfect wish that I made. It could be. It's, in fact, I would say it's likely. It seems, I have no evidence to the contrary, right? Like all evidence I have supports that notion that I actually did find a magic genie and I took the 3 wishes. Implicitly, everyone is in my universe that I made the wishes for, because it's clearly true. We are not threatened by this boss. We have no agenda other than to defeat this boss. We're not pressed at all by what's going on under here. We could choose to do something like this, just to toy with the timeline a little more, just to mess with it a little. Because we didn't do this last time, but I think maybe we did do it the first time. We will play this. Our copies seem okay. We're comfortable with scoring. We're expecting something like E58, E59. I mean, maybe my universe is like, why? Man, strawberries are really delicious. Maybe the perfect wish was actually just maybe in the prior to my interference. You're welcome to steal them. Yeah, I encourage everyone. It's the best wish strategy I've ever come up with. The funniest one I've ever heard one is for someone who wished for -1 wishes, because you can't wish for more wishes, but you can presumably wish for one less wish. And then there was a buffer overflow, and then they got like 4 billion wishes, right? Because if the number of wishes is stored in a 32-bit integer, you get 4 billion wishes. Pretty smart. Only works depends on how robustly the genie was programmed, I guess. Okay, we are going to take this, and as stated by Stonecrop, new policy: anytime I say we have to do this thing, we make a save. That's fair. Yeah, squirrels. Maybe a squirrel placed the wish. That's not incompatible with my worldview. Okay, what are we doing? We're just re-rolling to 25 like it's no big deal. And maybe expecting to find a bean in the process, right? There's the bean. Whoa. We chose to take the bean knowing that it forces us to have a DNA, to find a DNA. But I think we continue to make that choice. That's a universe that I am comfortable with, I think. Here's our negative card. We're now expecting... Did we need the bean? I think it was wise because it lets us make money and it lets us not have to immediately worry about steal cards. So we don't need the bean, but it does mean in the future we will need a DNA, but we will need a DNA anyway. So that's the thinking, I guess. We are going to remember to re-roll this boss. I just made a save, so I won't make another one. I'm comfortable taking the bean. We're expecting now to find a negative driver's license, but perhaps even on the next roll or two. Or at least in the very near future. Unless, again, we've like damaged the timeline such that we no longer live in a universe where there are negative driver's licenses. Which, there's our negative driver's license. Okay. This is, now we're getting into like Groundhog Day territory where it's just like, okay, it's time for the negative driver's license. No surprises. We are going to roll a little deeper. I think I was rolling kind of arguably too shallow. Just knowing that we do need to find a DNA, and we don't want to make that a deeply pressing concern. Let's pop in here. There's the Grim we don't like. I'm not very worried about this stuff at this moment, because we have some space to make money. Next round. Okay, next round. Go here. Go here. Let's maybe make... That is a lot of steel. It's too much. We can maybe make a little more steel. And then discard it as well. What are we doing on steel in here? Well, I should have made one more steel, but what are you going to do? Let's go ahead and do this. And let's play this. These people in the right way. We're expecting now with our bean, like whatever I said it was, 78 or something like that. Like approaching E80. Is that true? We're approaching E80 with the bean. I actually can't remember. We're optimistic that it is a big number. You're close. E79. It may have been that I had a steel card last time or something like that. I do have the boots in the proper place to be multiplied by the driver's license, etc. Maybe we didn't skip a pack. Ooh, last time we skipped a different pack and we had a slightly larger red card. Okay, so we have to buy this, but not yet. And because I said that, I'm going to make a save. This is like a drinking game. Okay. That's not yet. We don't need it yet. We don't want it ever. I mean, I'm so anti this card because I hate it so much that some deep part of me is resisting it. Maybe it's better not to take it. Maybe like some other universe. Anyway, it's like all those time travelers that keep going back and saving Hitler's life from the other time travelers who are killing Hitler, because if you kill Hitler, we get like super Hitler. 285 bucks. I'm rich. Thank you for tracking that because I keep not paying attention. We can look in here. We can do something. We do want steel. It's just I don't want to like overwhelm the deck with steel at this point. That seems like a not unreasonable thing. And then once we get the DNA, we have quite a bit of like maneuverability. We can take this and she's not going to give us anything, but she will at least block these cards. What are we doing? We are speculatively spelunking for DNA, maybe a little earlier than we did last time. Think about order. Use this. Use this. I should not, that was bad order. As an example of bad order, I should have used the Fool on the Temperance. I've done a poor job. We do not want you, Invisible Man. I don't really want to deal with this Priestess, but because I've already damaged the Fool, I guess I will. Really cramping my style with the flush, the flush houses. We said we were going to roll to 25. We're not worried about the consequences of wheels, because worst case, we will have at least a blueprint or a brainstorm. In the high unlikelihood that we survive and take a future ectoplasm. The Judgment's mildly tempting, but not... There's actually no reason to take wheels right now, but there's kind of not too many reasons to ever take wheels. Unless you're... Like, the thing I am doing, landing enhancements on cards that I would never want to be negative, is actually a valuable strategy, but it could just as easily land on... It's a gamble, but it is a... It's a gamble that, like, lets you... Gives you... Ectoplasm is a gamble, always, unless you have additions such that you know exactly where it's going to land, because an ectoplasm can't land somewhere that already has an addition. So even if it's bad news and it lands somewhere you don't want it to be, you will... The wheel, I mean, it gives you more information, which I think is more valuable than just the gamble, but sometimes it's just, that's all you can do is a 50-50 gamble. I think that's how we got this negative brainstorm. We can go next here, right? We can go next here, and then we're going to buy the freaking voucher at the beginning of the shop. We're on big. But thank you for checking. We do this. We are expecting a lower score, but not such a low score that we feel like we need steel, I think. Our diminished bean is going to maybe put us lower in the 70s. 72 or something, I can't remember. Or slightly, it's only a slightly diminished bean. Sometimes I feel like I put the mime in the wrong place, but this looks correct. Drag here. We'll make some bucks. So we're expecting like $5,015 or something like that if we make 285 again. That's not true. What I just said was not true. We're expecting something like $60. 50, 60, right? And we even said that at one point. Although we said 50, 61, I think. Oh, well, we get a little bit of money from interest and all that kind of stuff, so. But yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. Well, the bean degraded, so maybe it's a little less money. I mean, yeah, the bean, one annoying thing about the bean is it changes everything every round. Like everything's going to be a little bit off. Yeah, we have less money because we had one fewer card. Okay. We will not leave this shop without purchasing this. We will not. We won't do it. We can't do it. So I'm going to make a backup. Okay, we have made it back to where we need to be in the timeline. And what? Get a couple bucks. Don't take the Pluto because we have a temperance for the Fool. We don't want any of this. Maybe that's the Wraith we made a joke about instead of the other Wraith. We have slightly more Pluto in this timeline. I shouldn't have taken that there because I said we had a temperance in the Fool, but I mean, these are micro optimizations, but sometimes they matter. I think because vouchers is what we're really worried about. The micro optimizations may not be as important. However, without making the micro optimizations, if we do manage to like survive the voucher situation, maybe we fail because I didn't make some micro optimization. So unclear. If we don't get the DNA, we're going to be a little bit worried about score, and we're going to have to rely on steel. We're going to buy this. I just don't want it right now. I don't want it ever. I hate it. But so getting a Fool would be helpful. Temperance is very good. Don't use this Pluto, but we can buy it. Okay, let's just go ahead and use this. Okay, I'm doing it. Is everyone ready? I am purchasing. This moment, actually. This moment, now an hour and 40 minutes in, is where we are truly. This is the major alteration of the timeline. Possibly for the worse. Let me stress to you, we have to find a DNA. We have to find a DNA. And by buying that voucher, we are less likely to find the DNA. So we may have altered the timeline in a way that makes it worse. It could be. We got a lot of money to reroll, but not infinite money to reroll. We're not worried about the serpent. It's kind of unfortunate to land on the serpent when we have the bean. Just because it's a bit of a waste of the resources of the bean. So we will discard steel as it comes up. If we wanted to maximize our score and maximize our money making, we could play all of these hands and grow the bean. I kind of want to do that just because it's fun. We may accidentally win anyway, so let's just copy the mime and play until we accidentally win. Which is a little bit tedious, but does potentially give us like a meaningful boost in money, which we would like a meaningful boost in money. I don't think this wins, but remember we're going to draw 3 more cards. And every subsequent hand will score even more. So that was E48. So now we're expecting this hand to score a bigger number. And if we get down to the last card, is it better to know you don't know or not know that you knew? That's a little bit of like Donald Rumsfeld, known unknowns. I think there are a lot of situations in which known unknowns are helpful. I think that like regret is more acute if you know that there was another way. Now, that said, remember the whole point of what we're doing here today is to explore the possibility that is there a better way? The whole point of today is to determine whether or not buying that voucher changes things for the better. If it kills us now, maybe it helps us feel like, well, maybe it wasn't a mistake to buy that voucher. There is still actually one other option, which is buy that voucher, but not buy
Sorry, not buy that voucher, but do buy the voucher in the next shop, which I think we also forgot to buy. Okay, so we play this. We're copying the mime. We're going to have a very large hand. We don't even need to copy the Baron. Very substantial hand size, which will be very substantial, more substantial scoring, even without copying the Baron. But more importantly, it will be a bit more money for us, because we are at a point where we need to find the DNA. Now, I seem to remember at the beginning of Ante 23, we found the DNA, but that was in a world where we did not take the planet merchant that's going to, the planet tycoon that's going to clog up the shop. So there's an alternate timeline where, yeah, we take one voucher and not the other, but this was the more aggressive strategy, even though it took 2 hours to get back to that decision point. And then our second decision point is the discount voucher that we're about to see, and I'm just going to buy it. I don't want it. I don't like it. It may not affect our temperatures too much because now we live in a world where we actually even have an extra negative, but it makes all of our temperatures worse, so not ideal. So that was fine. The score is kind of irrelevant because we just played a very different kind of hand. We'll buy this. I seem to remember that in the other universe, we found DNA without too much trouble. Let's just go ahead and do this because our scoring requirements, if we don't get the DNA, could be very scary. We may also need to grab a glass if we see it, but we're hoping to just hit the DNA. Okay. We want DNA, which I seem to remember we found pretty early. Yeah, E63, but that was E63 not even copying the Baron, which we just made a lot more money that round than we would have made otherwise. So this boss is not a threat. So here's the thing. Is this where we said we should take the negative skip, or was there another negative skip on Ante 25? Where was the negative skip that we said we wished we had taken? I think it wasn't this one. I think it was Ante 25 is where we said we wish we had taken the Ante. Where did we die? We died on Ante 26, I think. Because I think we were able to eke through Ante 25 with glass after Ante 24. Can't remember which boss was Ante 24. I don't remember. Okay, we're just going to re-roll, looking for DNA, which, again, previously appeared relatively early, I think. I don't exactly know how Planet Tycoon affects that, whether it will replace where the DNA is supposed to be, or if we just get the DNA later. We also are interested in Justice, and we're interested in anything that can get us more copies of steel cards, I think. I have to like retune my brain to be looking for Justices because we've been rolling past it. Let's grab the Justice. That's a lot of planets. That's a lot of planets. That's a lot of planets. This is very bad. We're seeing so few Jokers because of that. And fewer tarot cards too. There's the burglar we don't need. We may need to roll more deeply. We'll do some math and decide on that. That's fair to say. Yeah, I think we were higher. I think that negative was Ante 25. I think. Maybe wrong about that. Yeah, because I think it was Ante 26 where we died, and then we realized, like, oh, I couldn't use these because we would have to win at least one round to be able to do that. And we didn't find the bean at that moment that would let us win one round. But those skip tags sucked anyway in Ante 26. So let's pause here for a moment and think about some mathematics. Bean is only +2 right now, which is concerning. We do have the ability to play glass. Sorry, what's our scoring requirement? E68. There we are. E68. So, with going back to gold, right now we have hand size 9, 10, 11 with the bean, which is only 64. If we were able to play, for example, 4 steel, that should get us there. So we just need to play some steel. So we actually don't even need a glass. If we don't want a glass, we might just play a glass just for, because we have it. You know, the green van. What's wrong with that? Let's just, for kicks, throw a glass in here and see what that does for us. That's 11, 9, 10, 11. We have to play the glass for it to... Wait, what happened? Wait, why did our score get so much worse? Hold, please. What just happened here? Is this the calculator getting into the weird state again? Where it's like... Okay. First of all, high card is now at 89. So that's one thing we can change. Cards. We want to say we have 1 glass king. And we want to say we have, let's say initially 4 gold and 4 steel. So this is E59. I accidentally did hearts instead of spades, but whatever. Why did that change? I don't understand why our score is jumping on where we're not even playing a card. I'm going to just refresh this because I feel, I may be wrong, but yesterday it felt like we got into kind of a weird state with the calculator by just sort of lots of speculation. No, reset. Sorry. We want to fully reset. We want plasma deck. We want our hand at whatever I said it was. 89? I don't remember. Was it 89? No, it's not 89. I'm sorry, it's 67. It's 67. No, it's level 89. Good grief. Jokers. This person. 3 of those persons. This person, right? I think I said high cards 89. Then we need to put this person in place, right? And then we need to say we want to play a single glass king. And then we want to add 4 gold, 4 steel, and then we have a bean that is still at +2 if we have 2 more steel. That's not enough points. Is it enough points? Sorry, what's the scoring requirement? 68. Yeah, so that's enough points. Which is scary. And I think I'm pretty sure we found the DNA in this shop. But the planets are now maybe compromising our DNA. So I'm going to say it's probably worth spending some more money looking for the DNA. Even though we feel like, okay, if we have to, that's 6 steel. We can beat this round. We probably can't. Oh, that's fair. Sure. Add the, yeah, that'll probably bump us to E70, right? With even with just the driver's license, even ignoring like the little bit of mult we have. We have a fair amount of mult from the boots actually, because we have so much money. But we could add, say we have a bunch of enhanced cards. So we have 69 and it's probably going to jump to 70. Yeah. So we get about an E from that. So we feel pretty good about beating. The question is, do we roll deep right now, hoping we get the DNA? I'm willing to roll. Let's roll the 35 and see what happens. Because we could also use maybe a few more ways to make... Actually, we don't have any ways to make steel. So we need to re-roll a bit more anyway. This is scary. Maybe this universe is worse. Did we... Look at all these planet cards. I hate that voucher. So that was 6 steel. We may not be able to do 6 steel easily unless I have a way to copy steel. So I think we actually have to keep rolling, which is very bad. There's a cola. Bummer. Bummer. Look at these planet cards. We're rolling all of our money away because of these planet cards. So this is why this is why I never take that voucher. It's why I hate that voucher, like, with such a burning passion. Remember when we had money? That like $1,000 of rerolls now? Okay, we get a chariot. That helps. We just said we need 6 steel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steel. Do we think we can pull that off? I think we should save. Because it unfortunately maybe that we have to like come back and re-roll if we can't do this. That Planet Tycoon is, unless you have exactly like a astronomer or constellation build, it just sucks. Maybe we just go ahead and re-roll all the way to 50 because we're almost there. Probably no on the Emperor. Okay. Very bad news. Bad news. Hitting this negative might be worth it just to make sure we see some jokers. But actually, I don't think it makes us see more Joker. It just means like the jokers we see will be negative. Very bad news, friends. We're trying to hit E68. That is not even close to enough steel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How much did we say we needed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and 4. This should do it. That was with a glass card. So let's go ahead and make a glass card. And I guess as long as we're here and we're very concerned about steel, let's just go ahead and like go overkill. This costs us money for sure. Did I do that wrong? Weird. Okay. A few negatives could buy time. It's very unlikely that the negatives will be useful. It's just unfortunately like just exceedingly unlikely. Now, here's the real thing, Stonecrop, though. The real thing is, okay, we feel like there's a DNA in the queue in this shop, right? It could be that because we didn't get the negative yet, it's coming up, or sorry, in this ante, it's coming up, and we could get a negative DNA, which would be incredible. Well, unfortunately, I could hold planets in hand and I wouldn't see those specific planets. I think I would still see just different planets. I think holding in hand just means you re-roll what that thing is. I don't think it re-rolls to a different thing. Like holding an Earth card up here just means an Earth card gets replaced with a Neptune card or something. I think that's how the mechanic works. Now, the idea of a negative DNA is very funny. And would be like kind of a game changer. We feel pretty confident that these are useless, right? Like we know in the near term, the only way we survive is get the voucher we need. So these are useless. So I think we will take that negative skip. I think we will take it. And what is the boss here? As long as we can hit the score there, we're okay. It also, if we skip here, we can survive. We get 1 additional hand size from Bean, so that when we fight the boss, we could What can we score? Like exactly enough points. One additional hand size from the bean if our hand is completely steel and we play a glass. Oopsie. I think we survive. So that's all very fun and funny and silly. Let's go back here. What are we doing? I forgot what we're doing. We're playing this and we're hoping this scores a sufficient amount of points, right? That's the thing we're doing right now. We have no other options, really. We could throw these and try to get steel, but I don't think it's necessary. So let's play this. Maybe that card breaks. Maybe it doesn't. We get a tiny bit of money for all the money we just wasted. But I think this idea of taking that negative skip is funny. If we got a negative DNA because of that skip, if we got a negative DNA because our hands were forced by the terrible planet cards, like maybe we live in a universe where it's the one time ever in the history of this game where a Planet Tycoon was a good purchase. So that was E73. What did we expect? Something like that? E70-ish? Okay. 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 Do I re-roll right now a little bit looking for DNA? Or do I hope that the DNA lands and we get negative DNA? Negative DNA, there's maybe a universe in which we survive one more. Okay. Okay, what do we do? Because obviously we need DNA to survive the next couple antes, but the possibility of getting negative DNA is so funny. Like, it is such an absurd. Normally you would never take that thought seriously. It's like, oh, I could get a negative DNA and win right now. Like, if you need to survive because of getting a random, very specific, rare negative, the card is already rare. Getting negative is only 1 in 300 chance, and we barely see any cards. Like, let's do this. Here's what we're going to do. Since we're already so deep in Save Scum land, and the thing, again, that we're actually battling against is not our own decision-making, but just the RNG of the vouchers. Let's re-roll a little here, but if we see a DNA, I might go back to the save and go so we get the negative DNA in the next shop. But if we don't see the DNA, then we're just hoping that that happens. So we want to find another Justice card. Because I think we said we had to have the Justice card to survive the next. If we skip to the boss, don't we need a Justice card and an entire hand of. Look at all these planet cards. Man. I hate them. Those vouchers are so bad. It's hard to understate like how just infuriating they are. Still no DNA, huh? Troubadour is actually better than our bean right now. We sell the bean and we take the Troubadour. I know, I just can't stress enough how bad, how of all of the vouchers, some of them are pure pluses. Some of the vouchers are like, the overstock vouchers are incredible buffs, unbelievable buffs. These vouchers are a mixed bag. Sometimes they're very good because you can hit it, you get an addition on something that you never want ectoplasm to hit. Sometimes they're bad because you get an addition on something you do want it to hit. Reroll vouchers, very good. You save hundreds of dollars over the course of a long run. Still not as good as Overstock. Overstock are close to the best vouchers. These vouchers, if they're early, can be helpful. They're generally a debuff because they will harm your temperances. But if they're early, they can be helpful. Crystal Ball is incredible. Omen Globe is very important depending on when you get it. Telescope, depending on the run, can be very, very important. Observatory is useless, but it doesn't cause any harm. Extra Hands, always good because ectoplasms are... Sorry, Hieroglyph is taking away extra hands. Discard's always good, especially when Petroglyph takes away extra hands. The first Tarot Merchant early helps you with deck fixing. Tarot Tycoon, not that great because it's going to saturate the deck, but still, at least it's giving you money. Blank Voucher does nothing. Antimatter is perhaps the most powerful voucher. These, if you get the money tree and the seed money at the right time, can be incredible. Magic Trick under circumstances can be very good. It does put some cards in the shop, but it's not that many. The ability to travel back in time a level, it comes with a cost, but it's very valuable. Hand size, uniformly great. The ability to re-roll a boss is sometimes helpful. The ability to re-roll any boss as many times as you want is probably the most powerful voucher in the game, and that's the one we haven't been able to find. Planet Merchant sucks always, unless you happen to be doing a like certain kind of build. Otherwise, it sucks. And then Planet Tycoon does nothing but make that even worse. It's so... I mean, it's kind of interesting game design wise to say like, hey, one of the vouchers is bad, but man, it's really bad. It's not like, oh, there's a plus and minus to it. It's just bad. Under extraordinarily specific circumstances on a pretty short run, say you're trying to do a gold stake run and you get a constellation and an astronomer and you get both planet vouchers, it's like, okay, you can level up your constellation and that's going to matter as long as Exmalt matters, which is not that long. We have to take this. We have to find a justice. We have to ideally find some more ways to make the tarot cards that we need. Sorry, to make steel cards. The planet vouchers might... There's some jokers I really dislike. But as far as things I like actively have like deep disdain for in this game, there's one or two jokers that I really dislike. There's a lot of jokers that I'm like kind of meh on, but man, the planet vouchers. I love planet cards, but I don't like my entire shop being planet cards. In fact, I hate it. Okay, we still have not found a justice, which is bad news because I think we kind of need it. We don't need it as much now because we did find the Troubadour. So I don't know that a justice is technically required. Okay. I haven't seen a DNA, have you? Scrap it in the update. So there's a popular streamer named Raffle who also hates the Planet Merchant, and his people in his Discord made a special mod for him and the way he likes to play. And I think they made a voucher or some joker or something that whole purpose is to remove the planet voucher. So if you get the planet voucher, you can do something to get rid of it because he hates it too. I think there's like nothing, there's kind of nothing to like about especially Planet Tycoon. The only reason I took Planet Tycoon is there is a chance that if I didn't, it would show up again, which would be even more infuriating. So I took it only because I didn't want to see it again. So can we do this without a justice card? We're back to hand size 11. So if we don't have a justice card, and we have all steel, we can do it. What are we trying to score? E68. So if we have like 2 gold cards in hand, we have 3 gold cards in hand with hand size 11, 4 gold cards in hand. I think as long as we can get 6 steel cards, even if we don't have a justice card, we're okay. I'm absolutely going to save. I like Ruffle too. He seems to hate his chat. So I prefer Balatro University. The Ruffle is good, but the antagonistic relationship he has with his chat is sometimes bewildering. We've spent so much money. So also we might die just because we've had to spend so much money to plow through these planet cards. Like that's how bad that voucher is. Okay. We are going to do next, and I think we said we're skipping this blind, right? We're going straight to the boss. If we get negative DNA, it will all be worth it. C-Dub's good. Zano's great. I just love the doc. Okay. Can we actually beat this? The bummer is, for this particular boss, it would be hard to dig for more steel, but I think we're okay. Okay, I think we're fine. Did we have to skip that? We did not strictly have to, but I'm going for the negative DNA gambit because we didn't see the DNA in that shop. So there's some deep hope that in the next, 11 jokers, we hit the DNA. Because otherwise we might just be dead. We have to get the DNA. And we've spent so much money. Negative DNA, if we get negative DNA and have the Troubadour, that is game changing. So it's not likely necessarily. I'm afraid of the scoring here, so I'm just going to do this, and I'm going to do this. Big blind, well, that's where the negative skip was. So we had to skip the big blind. Small blind skip was the spectral cards. That's not what we wanted. We didn't want to skip and get spectral packs. We needed to skip the big blind because that's where the negative skip was. So we play this. Everybody's good. We're going to make almost no money. And we have almost no money. It's very sad. I mean, negative DNA could mean we could pick up a moneymaker. Like, many things become possible if we get the negative DNA. I'm not counting on it. It seems so unlikely. We know there's a DNA in the shop. Maybe something about, we've altered the course of the universe, obviously. I didn't really expect the planets cards to be that bad. I think we think that the discount voucher is the voucher we get next round. I watched a little bit of it, the first one, to see. All I really watched was Doc Spectre against Raffle. I don't think I really watched anything else. I saw Raffle beat Doc Spectre, but the sad thing is I think that Doc had a misclick. That probably didn't actually make a difference, but okay. But I'm not as interested in the competitiveness. I'm interested in like the insane runs that, like the theory crafting of the insane runs that Doc Spectre does, where it's like, how do you get the biggest whatever, biggest hand size? How do you get the biggest boots? How do you do all these things? Like, it's very interesting to me. Okay, the mime's in the wrong place. And are we good? Play. I think we win here. Give me negative DNA. If you give me negative DNA, I will never say anything bad about Planet Tycoon ever again. That's not true. That is not true. My slander will never end. My hatred for Planet Tycoon will never end. But I will say that it's not uniformly useless. Okay, we had 73 there, which was a little tight. Our money is in shambles. Oh no. Wait, I thought we were supposed to get the interest voucher here. Or the... Oh! We were... Oh no. Oh no. This is, I think, where we forgot to take... Okay, that's right. This is the other bifurcation. We forgot to take this last time, and so we got this twice, hoping that in the rewriting of history we would get this. We didn't. We got a card that makes our shop even worse. Okay. In a weird way, this makes me feel a little better. We're gonna die. But in a weird way, I feel a little better because it means I think it means there's nothing I could have done. I mean, there are slight variations, but I think generally this means that, yeah, even with full steel and a glass card right now, we can only hit E75, E76, and we need to hit E78. So we have to find DNA in this shop. Oh yeah, what is the boss? Sorry. Yeah, very large blind, which is actually the ideal boss for us because it's a very large only means 4 times the previous blind, and that's not meaningful. Once you're in these exponents, times 4 means nothing. Well, the whole problem is we can only re-roll 1 time. That's our whole problem in the entire universe. We only have a single re-roll. And there's exactly 1 boss that could help us, which is the serpent. But there are half a dozen bosses that could kill us. You understood. If I don't get DNA, if we roll in this shop and I don't get DNA, that's all we could do. We couldn't do anything other than re-roll for the serpent. But it is our hope. Our final hope is DNA. And remember last time we re-rolled it landed on an even worse boss, but we'll see. We'll try. Okay, any choices we want to make here? Anything we want to do before we open Arcana? We probably actually do want to think about getting into Steel in here. We're going to get some negatives, so get ready. We'll have the fun of getting some negatives. They're just almost assuredly all going to suck. But here goes. In fact, let's make a save right now. Not that we need to, but just so it exists. Okay. Reroll. First negative is we get a negative Crazy Joker. Useless. Fully useless to us. Not even remotely helpful. Here we go. Not a single Joker because of the stupid planet cards. Not a single Joker. Negative Clever Joker. Useless to us. Superposition. Useless to us. Note our cards are ticking away here. Reroll. Negative Scholar. Completely useless. We don't have a single ace. Negative Rocket. I love Rocket. If I got a negative Rocket early, if I got an early negative Rocket, I would be so excited. It's one of my favorite cards for an early, first shop kind of card. Okay, we're running out of negatives. Negative Fist. Very helpful early in a run. Useless to us. Completely useless. Our negatives are ticking away. Negative Walkie-Talkie. We actually did get the negative Walkie-Talkie, remember? I think actually this Walkie-Talkie was destined to be negative. Baseball card, funnily enough, actually helps our score. Very slightly. It gives us... It's the equivalent of... Let's see, that's 1.5 there. That's 2. 3. 4. That's 1.5 to the 4th additional score. What is that, like 3 plus another and a half? In the neighborhood of 5x, maybe a little lower than that. So I think this multiplies, well, but then there's the plasma. This actually helps our score slightly. So a little bit. Probably not enough to get to E78, but we'll do the math. Yeah, let's go. Uncommons. No jokers. We will take the death because we do still need a justice card also. Okay, here we go. Negative certificate is like actively terrible. Like we actually... Okay, here's the problem. It's an uncommon, which is good. It adds garbage to our deck, which is bad, but we have a death card. So we can always copy that garbage to something else. So we will take this because it technically helps our score. We got 2 more chances for that negative DNA. It's going to be so funny if the baseball card lets us survive this ante, but I'll take it. Okay, reroll. This might be our last chance. Bummer. 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 Zany Joker does nothing, and it's a common, and Golden Joker is so hilariously useless, but hey. Okay. Now we did get a baseball card. So we need to get out the calculator here. And we need to figure out what uncommons we got. Because there's a possibility. We also still are going to reroll for DNA. Don't get me wrong. But there's a possibility that the baseball card gives us a boost for this ante. So just adding the baseball card. So we were at E75. Adding the baseball card instantly takes us to E76. And that's only from the mime, right? What else did we get? We have a troubadour. Sorry about the screen going black. It's something really annoying about when I'm like capturing Balatro. Right. Troubadour. Where's my guy? My scanning is bad, as you all know. So Troubadour doesn't do a ton, right? Like bumps us up like a 1/5 of an E, but we'll keep going. We got a certificate. Certificate is also technically +1 hand size. Actually, certificate is +1 hand size. Remember. So let's add our certificate. Certificate, I slandered at first, actually helps a little. Because we could add another Steel Joker, and then we actually have the score for this ante. Certificate and baseball card save the day? At least let us eke out a little more. Okay, we got to add Rocket, my beloved. Where's the Rocket? This is with a full hand of steel and a glass card, by the way, which is not necessarily easy to do. Where's my buddy, the Rocket? Why does stencil look so weird? There's the Rocket. It takes us to E84. Is that it? Bootstraps. We got Bootstraps. We got my buddy Bootstraps. In certain runs, very, very helpful person. Okay. This is a very funny, but it would appear that we can survive this ante. There's things that have to happen. We got to get a lot of steel cards, but certificate is actually actually incredible. Because certificate is actually +1 hand size. And 1.5 mole. I'm stunned by what just happened. I'm shocked that I'm shocked that we got negatives that were not good negatives that actually were good negatives, which is again, an exceedingly rare thing to happen in this game. Not a common thing to happen. We're not out of the woods yet because we do need to. That's a full hand of steel with even extra steel, and it's a glass card. So, and also we do have to buy this idiot if we do survive this ante. So we're still in it? Question mark? What would have been the saddest thing in the entire universe is if this was the DNA. If we were one off from, if I had taken one more cola. Okay, we are re-rolling. So here's there's the DNA. We were so close. Unfortunately, no, because we need all of our copies on the Baron, because Baron gives you 1.5 for every card times a million billion during scoring. This handful of 1.5s would not be even close. We only swap Mime, not for scoring, for money. So, imagine if we had gotten the negative DNA. Are you ready for the saddest thing you've ever heard in your entire life? If we had re-rolled a little bit deeper in the first shop, like up to the point where we saw whatever we got before the certificate. Do we remember? Like Crazy Joker or something. Should we go back in time and do that? If we went back in time to that shop and re-rolled up into the point that we saw, what was the first negative we saw? It was like, anyway, what was it? Clever Joker? Was that the very first one? Anyway, if we re-rolled a little bit deeper, which would have been exceedingly expensive, we would have gotten negative baseball card and negative certificate and potentially negative DNA. I don't remember exactly how much deeper we needed to go. But anyway, we definitely sell the Troubadour. Because that's +2 hand size and DNA is +5 hand size, -1. Net 4 hand size. Imagine if we had gotten DNA and baseball card. So, okay, here's a sad story though. This does hurt our score from the perspective of the baseball card slightly because we're losing an uncommon and adding a rare, but like we still have to do it. This is a funny roster of jokers. So we are less worried. You think we've seen 6 jokers? That sounds about right. So like there is now a universe where we travel back in time and try to pull that off, but still everything kills us. The bosses is not having retcon is what kills us ultimately, right? So do we even care about rolling at this point? Like what could we possibly get? Oh yeah, we have to get our justice and all that stuff. We may not actually need justice right now because of the DNA. I feel actually pretty certain we don't, but let's roll a little bit, not too deeply. If we had retcon, we would want this and we would be done and we would get our Nanin. Oh my gosh! If we got negative DNA and got negative burglar, the problem is burglar is only useful to us on Serpent and we can't guarantee Serpent without retcon. Like this run may be well and truly cursed. We may be not actually, I'm realizing, we may not be like in the Avengers world where you can travel through time and space and alter the course of history. We may be in the Twin Peaks world where if you go back and try to alter time, it won't matter because certain things are inevitable in the makeup of the universe and cannot be are like immutable and immalleable, and that there's nothing we can do. We could get more negative uncommons. It's true. We don't have much money, but it's possible. But we do have to consider the possibility that we are that there are certain aspects of the universe that are immutable. I think that also is true in the Mortal Kombat universe, because they think they went back and traveled through time, but there were certain things that were immutable. Anyway, we may be destined to die. It may be worth taking an immolate here to get rid of some gold, but I mean, it's 20 bucks. 20 bucks is 20 bucks. We have the DNA now. We're not worried about. That didn't go as well as one might have hoped. We didn't get justice, but I think we don't care with the DNA because now we have net. The problem is actually the DNA is not really compatible with the. It is. It does help. We're going to end up with hand size of 14 instead of 13. We're going to start with 9. Certificate's going to trigger. We're going to have 10. We're going to play 1. We'll go back to 9. DNA will give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies. We'll have 14. So we will be stronger than we were yesterday. That is true. Plus we have these 1.5s. But it means that I don't think we actually need glass. Right? I don't think glass is required. And in fact, I think we could probably even have some gold. Oopsie. Because we're saying now that our hand size is 14, which is a big number. It's a very big number. Do we trust this number? Because again, it seems like weird stuff happens when you like add and remove glass or whatever, but I guess we just trust it. I mean, that's a very big number. That could let us survive anti-26. Oh, you're right. You're right. Well, it doesn't matter because I'm manually setting the hand size. The calculator doesn't do that. I'm manually doing that. So it's the same. Score is the same. Actually, sorry. Score's slightly less. You're right, because we lose a 1.5. Wait, why did that make our score go up? That should not have changed our score for the better. It should have. Well, was it 104 and then it went down a little? Is that what happened? Removing the troubadour? No. Why did our score go up? This is where I get worried that the calculator is now compromised and that we need to reset it, which is really annoying because I don't want to reset it. I mean, it shouldn't have changed our hand. Changing jokers doesn't change the makeup of your hand in the calculator. Huh. I don't know. Suspicious. Sorry, what was the question? There was another question about what rarity is blueprint. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it's smart about adding or removing cards because it does explicitly say that we have 14 cards in hand. Because adding DNA only matters if you play a card, then it adds. Troubadour only matters for the first hand. Well, no, that's not true. Troubadour matters for every hand. For whatever reason, those cards don't seem to change this number. DNA definitely doesn't. Maybe Troubadour does. I can't remember. In fact, it's kind of annoying because our actual hand size is 9 because of certain details, but I think the expectation is just sort of you manage that. There may be a place to change that. I'm not sure. But the fact of the matter is we're going to be 14. So I'm not very worried about it. We're going to have a big number. So as far as like what copies are where, Blueprint and Brainstorm only copy the output of what a card is doing. It's not concerned with like anything the card does as input or does to itself, or what the rarity of the card does, or if the card has any additions on it, if the card's negative. Blueprint and Brainstorm only copy the like action of a card, not any like property of the card itself. So the action that we care about is very explicitly the Baron, and initially we explicitly care about the DNA. So I think we just go ahead here because I think we're not concerned about scoring at the moment. And I think we're not terribly concerned about, we have to have a death card though. The reason being, Certificate is going to just be adding noise to our deck. So we want to try to take death every time. I think the calculator may be off at the moment, but I feel pretty confident that it's going to be bigger than this score, right? Because we beat this score with DNA another time. So let's just go to the next round. These skips don't matter. Maybe in our previous playthrough, if we hadn't done the negative thing, we could have done this and have another double tag. I'm very sad that we don't live in the world where we got negative DNA, but we were pretty close. It still doesn't really matter if we don't get the voucher. If the one place that the negative DNA could actually have mattered is negative DNA and Troubadour and all the stuff we got with Certificate and whatnot. If we still got Certificate in baseball, right? We could have maybe survived one more ante to maybe see the voucher we need, right? No guarantee, but maybe. So I think we go here. So the first thing we have to do every time we get garbage, right? So the first thing we have to do every time is we always need a death to clean up the garbage. And then we always need a DNA to copy cards. Now, I'm going to claim we don't actually need gold. And I'm going to in fact just completely reset the calculator to back up this claim, because I think even without any of the other stuff, if we just say that we have our roster that we know we have, this roster, and we have these people positioned in the proper way, and we say that our high card is level 107. I didn't realize that we got 107. We have Plasma Deck. We have hands. We have high card as 107. I will claim to you that with hand size 14, we could probably even be just gold. Not true. Close. Well, that's without counting like all the dudes, right? That's without counting baseball. It's true. Each ante I can eke through, we have a slightly better chance of the voucher. It's true. Deeply true. Not as good as if we've gotten the freaking voucher skip, but that's no longer an option for us. So, if we had the negative DNA, we could take more colas. So if we got a voucher skip, we could do it again. Anyway, I'm interested in this negative DNA universe, but I don't know if I'm interested enough to play all this again. Certainly not today. So we want, right, we know we do have some stuff, right? Because we got our baseball buddy, which I can't find him. There's our baseball man, which helps a little. We also have not quite enough score, but we also have what? We have rocket ship. We have certificate. Did we have one more uncommon? We did, didn't we? Where's rocket ship? We got boots. I feel embarrassed. My Joker scanning is just as bad as my Sudoku scanning. There's rocket ship. That actually didn't seem to do as much as one would hope. No, it did. We are E78 now. So I'm going to claim we're fine on the score. I'm going to save right now. We got them boots. Okay. So the reason I say that is our only chance to make money right now is to leverage the DNA a little bit, where we think we can get E78-ish with the DNA, maybe a little higher because of other odds and ends we're not including. Maybe there's other stuff in here that matters. I don't know. But let's just try this and see what we think about the situation. We got a lot of steel, so I'm not too worried, but we're about to start making a lot of copies of gold. But I'm going to do gold on purpose. Hand size 10. We'll go down to 9. We'll add 5. It'll be hand size 14. We're expecting a big number, okay? I'm a little scared to discard all the steel because I'm a little worried the math is not perfect. Also, we actually can't discard because certificates, we can't ever discard actually. Certificate gave us this extra card. If we discard, we go to 9 cards instead of 10. So we can kind of never discard, unfortunately. We have all of our copies on DNA. We play one hand and we should end up with hand size 14, which is better than we had when we had hand size 13 the other night, Stone Crop. So do I do the thing? Am I missing something with positioning? I don't think so. You could argue that perhaps driver's license goes at the end if there's other malt in here, but I don't actually think there is. Got them boots. Our boots are getting worse as we spend all our money. Okay, are we ready? We do it. We play this. Now our hand size is 14. Now we will copy the Baron and we will copy the Mime for the next hand. And we will play, I'm willing to play 1 steel and have 3 steel here. Baron is here, Mime is after there. We hit play, we move the Mime. We're hoping for something in the realm of E80-ish. Or I just did the math wrong and we die. Negative baseball card plus certificate is a synergy I was not expecting. And remember, we do have some more sealing here if we do glass card and more steel and all that stuff. But I just want to try to make a little bit of money. Okay, we got our E83. We were able to eke through ante 25 and we ate it on ante 26, if I recall. So, question, because we're not actually making that much money per round, and because I'm not actually looking for anything in the shop, do I take this double tag in case we run into something in the future that seems fun to double? First of all, we save. Fair. Noted. Because I'm pretty sure there's a negative skip in ante 25. So I'm going to claim we should skip the next ante and just fight the boss. We should reroll here. We're looking for a death. We found the death. Spectral pack. I don't think had anything we cared about. We eventually hit a spectral pack that had a cryptid, but maybe that came earlier in the run. Celestial pack. We can take the high card. So here's I got bad news for you. We have to take this, and this is going to populate this shop with even more cards that aren't jokers. Good news is they're cards that don't suck. They're cards that make us money. They're death cards, those kind of cards. But we need to take this now because we're going to skip the big blind. And I'm also going to take it before I reroll because I want to find some tarot cards like this fool. We know we at minimum need death. Look at this guy. We don't need more jokers. If we get the voucher skip, we will absolutely have to find a burglar. It will be critical that we find a burglar. Had we gotten a negative burglar, that would have been incredible. We've seen burglar a lot of times. We just haven't had room. When we get the serpent, we will sell the DNA and replace it with a burglar, I think, is the thing we will do. Because the burglar will give us a bunch of hands, and that will let us like game the serpent to grow. And that's how, in this particular strategy, it's true. A negative uncommon. Hey, I like Stonecrop. I like this attitude. This uncommon, it helps our temperances. I actually didn't. Our temperances are probably fine because we got a million negatives. This is, we will no longer see Jolly Jokers. I forgot why I said we were re-rolling. Why are we re-rolling right now? You're right that we don't need jokers right now. We have our death card. We want some money. We will... I guess we're looking for random negatives. Chariot is a little less important now because we have DNA to make 5 copies of Chariot instantly. But if we see it, we'll take it for sure. We're not going to roll super deep just because our financial situation is not incredible. We don't need a Justice this ante. We definitely will need a Justice next ante. So if we see one, I don't mind grabbing it. I don't mind grabbing a Chariot. I don't think it is a requirement that we have a Justice now because we know we can beat the boss. We could take in cards like this and copy. There's no reason to do that. We have to copy the card that the certificate gives us. Oh! Thought. Okay, give me a second to like percolate on this. Do you want me to tell you or want me to show you? I had an idea that I should have thought of already. And I'll re-roll to 25 and I'll tell you what that idea is. And we'll see what you think about it. I've had a thought. You don't want to see? You're going to see it really soon. I'm going to make it a surprise. And you're going to like it. I've got a surprise that you are going to enjoy. Okay, we are set up for the surprise. Are you ready for this surprise? I don't know that you're ready for this surprise. I hope it works the way that I think it will work. Okay, I'm not going to take that Justice, and I will tell you why. And we're going to do this. Are you ready for this? First, let's save because I might be wrong. But I think you're going to love this. I think this works this way. Okay, are you ready? Everybody ready? Strapped in, you got your helmet on. Next round, skip big blind. Ready? Skip. Okay, are you ready? Ready? We have 1, 2, 3 opportunities to convert a card. If we take this certificate and put it right here, that's too many. We have to put this right here. Now we will get certificate, copied by Brainstorm, and get a hand size 3 from the certificate of random cards that then we can convert into steel. So that is an additional +2 hand size, which almost certainly gets us through definitely gets us through ante 25, may actually get us through ante 26, because that is going to, if this works the way I think it is, we will have hand size, if this works the way I think it is, we will have hand size 16 in Ante 26, even if we don't hit the voucher. Let me make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay. Oh man, I can't do this. I can't put the brainstorm there. Man, okay, here's the problem. Either, this is actually rough. I think we do this anyway. We're going to be putting garbage in the deck, but I think we have to risk it. So, oh boy, I can't. Brainstorms only copy what's at the end. Blueprints only copy here. So I actually can either only make 1, 2 cards, or I can make 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. The problem with making 4 cards, yeah, I could move Blueprint anywhere, but I still am making, with the brainstorms, 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. I can only convert 3 of them. So I will and I can't discard, remember. I can play that leftover garbage card. That's fine. But then that leftover garbage card is in my deck. And because I cannot discard, there is a chance that I will see that leftover garbage card again. So this is one of the real bummers of, this is just how our run went, of having more brainstorms than blueprints. Blueprint is the more powerful card, right? So either we get hand size 15 and can handle the garbage, or we get hand size 16 and can't handle the garbage. Is that right? No. 17, but with 1 piece of garbage. We can try to clean the deck in shops, but remember, right now, our deck is going to scale pretty dramatically, especially because we'll be adding a bunch of cards with certificate and with DNA. So the likelihood of seeing any one card in the shop, 1, you may not even get an Arcana pack, period. And then 2, you will be limited of what you see in that because our base hand size is still only 9. So we'll only see 9. You know, we already see, even currently, we only see 20% of our cards in any given shop, and that's only going to get worse. Here's what I'm going to suggest. We don't have to do that right now. Like, we can survive with 1 copy of certificate. So what we're going to do is only, for the moment, do 2 copies of certificate, which will give us hand size 15 instead of 14. Right, we don't need to do it this round. And then we know we can deal with it. And then if it becomes a requirement that we have hand size 16 or even 17, 17 is no good because we can't convert the cards. 16 is okay because we can deal it. You want to hang them? We can hang them only if we see them. And if we got to hang them anyway, why are we trying to make copies of them? Like, we'd have to have the hangman here. Like, I see what you're saying. Maybe there is some recipe that actually is like, okay, if you do this, you do that, you copy. But like, it's hard to get. We already have to convert a card every round. If we create 1 additional card, we can handle that. It's like that thing in Sudoku when you're doing one of Blob's yin-yang sightline puzzles, and you're trying to do sightlines, and you're like, oh, this can be a 5 or it can be a 7, but if it's a 6, it sees the 7, so it can never be 6. We're kind of in that situation where we can either make 1 copy, we can either make 2 cards or 4 cards or 5 cards, but not 3 cards, which is what we actually want, unless we sold a brainstorm. I could. Yes, my completely inscrutable t-shirt. Okay, so we're gonna go in this round. We're gonna do only 1 copy of the certificate, right? I'm still excited about this. Like one additional hand size is not nothing. Okay, 1 additional copy of certificate, right? Is what we're saying we're gonna do. let's save. I think I already saved. I'm going to save again. I'm going to save again. I love it when stuff like this happens in the run where you have to do like the stupidest kind of strategizing. Okay. We got 2 cards, hand size 11. Awesome. We can use death here. And we can use the Fool here. We actually can't use Chariot unless it happens to land on a king. But we can do this. We could still choose to convert Chariots in there, but I don't think we need to. I think it's still... Do I risk it and copy gold? I think so, because I think we've got like enormous hand size. We need to move the certificate out of the way so that DNA is getting all copies. And then we play this. Whoa, where are you? My dad lives in the Dallas area, and sometimes it's like 70 degrees at this time of year. Let's see. It's 40 and wet where I live in Portland, which is unsurprising. 48 and wet. 40 in New York. 46 in Seattle. It's 56 degree in my hometown of Amarillo, Texas. Oh, you live in Austin? I used to live in Austin. Pittsburgh is 31. Chicago is 32. 72 degrees in Los Angeles. My dad... Yeah, 59. It's funny. I have Austin like as one of my places in the weather app. It's 59 in Euless, Texas. And yeah, a beautiful 62 in Austin. I sometimes miss Austin a little bit, but the Austin I lived in doesn't quite exist anymore. It's not the same. I blame South by Southwest Digital for ruining it. So this is going to give us our copies, right? So we play this. Erring on the side of goldenness. And then we're going to set ourselves up with the Baron. This is making all of our copying like way more fraught. Get this to-do list out of here. Aw. I sometimes have to explain to people why that my brain is broken about Whole Foods. Because to me, Whole Foods was like the local grocery store in Austin. Epoch Coffee. I don't remember that. I lived there. Now it would be around 25 years ago. Was Epoch Coffee like... what we called it the Drag. Was that Guadalupe near UT? I was maybe... Oh, you opened 20... Oh, is that your coffee shop? I left Austin probably in like 2002 or so. That's cool. I remember the name Mojos. I'm having trouble picturing it. I don't have a ton of pictures from that era. I lived there maybe ages 20 to 22, 23. Yeah, like 2000 to 2003, something like that. I miss Spartan Springs. Oh yeah, the thing I was saying, like, right. In my, at like 6th and Lamar, I think it's where it was. There was Waterloo Records. There was Book People, and then there was Whole Foods. But Whole Foods was like, it's an Austin place. It's like you got the local bookstore, the local record store, local grocery store, and now that's not what Whole Foods is anymore. But still, it like holds that space in my heart in a weird way. That weirdly, Whole Foods will always be like, not that it was like a tiny hole in the wall. Then it was like the flagship store. It was a substantial store even at that time. But 25 years ago, sorry. Okay. We feel good. We got a Baron over here. We got a Mime here. And we just hit play and we feel very comfortable in our scoring. Do we feel comfortable in our scoring? I think we feel really comfortable in our scoring. We have hand size 15 this time, right? So we got even with no... Even if we did have all gold, we would be expecting like 83 or something like that. So now we're expecting... Wheatsville. I remember Wheatsville. I didn't have a membership there. My friend B did. They had like vegan queso that we would get there. Oh, I'm glad that Wheatsville still exists. If it's the same place that I'm thinking of. Okay, we play this, right? We play this. Everyone happy? We move the Mime. We make a little money. Okay. We've got this exciting like certificate gambit now. It's just that, like, it very quickly could become a poison pill if we did the 3 copies. 3 copies of it is 4, right? That's to 4, and we just can't easily correct 4. We can't actually even collect 3, I'm realizing, unless it happens. Look at that, E90. Okay. Here's where we get ready to, like, cry. I'm ready to cry. Are you ready to cry? It doesn't matter where the steel are in hand because the scoring happens earlier. The positioning of steel, I don't think ever matters. I don't think ever matters. Well, it technically matters. I think if you have, no, it doesn't actually. The one time it would matter is if you also had a card called Shoot the Moon, and you had queens in hand, and the queens were giving you plus mult. You would want to trigger the queens before you triggered the steel cards, I think. I think that's the only time it would matter. It is interesting sometimes to think about, like, how was this game written? And there's lots of decisions that seem like, okay, it's this behavior happens because it was written in the most obvious way, and then the weird behavior emerged or whatever. Okay. I'm ready to cry. What voucher is this? What voucher is it? What voucher is it? What voucher is it? I think it's going to be the interest voucher. I don't know if, like, we've changed altered history enough. Is it the interest voucher? No, it's this other stupid voucher. Maybe it's the next round where we saw the interest voucher. So I hate this voucher, but we have to take it, and we might as well take it now. I think you're right. I think if we do, especially if we do the risky gambit of, like, the extra copy with the, and then we end up with this like poison pill in our deck. But I think you're right. So, question. God, it's so frustrating how many burglars we've seen, because that is the one card we need that we cannot take until we hit the get the voucher we want. Speaking of that, we do have the opportunity to get 2 more negatives, which I think we will take that opportunity because we have 1 double tag. They will probably suck, but maybe they'll be uncommons. Okay. Are we re-rolling for anything? Yes, we're re-rolling for Death and Fool. We have E87, which we hit no problem, right? What was our score last round? Anyone remember? Well, but if we take, the problem is if we take a hanged man, then we, well, okay, we're talking about. So we got E90. I think actually you're right that until we need a justice, I think you're right that we can take a hanged man. You're actually right. We wouldn't need it this round because we wouldn't be able to see it. Like it would just never happen. But in the future, if we took exactly a death, a fool, and a hung man, well, that doesn't work though, even unfortunately, because even if we take the hung man, all that does is kill our hand size, right? Like the whole thing that is allowing our scoring right now is hand size that extends beyond our valid hand size. So using a hung man, all that does is reduce our hand size, even if it cleans up the poison pill. So like we're kind of screwed either way. Once the poison pill is there, we're already poisoned by it. Even if we can kill it, it's already ruined our hand size, unfortunately. So we don't need to worry about that yet. We're going to put our certificate here. And we're going to be ready to copy DNA. I'm just trying to decide, do we care about re-rolling? Beyond, we need to find a death. And we need to find, there's our death. A fool. Not justice. We should have like infinity tarots now. You could hangman in a pack. But if we get Arcana packs, which is just still scary, but we're not to the point that we have to worry about that so much. So I don't think there's a reason for us to re-roll. You could argue that we're looking for negatives, but with all four of the, like, actually we have these two pollute the shop, these two pollute the shop, this one pollutes the shop. So our shop, we have a very polluted shop. Yeah. So imagine this scenario. Imagine we had Death, Fool, and a Hangman, right? And imagine we did this and we end up with 4 cards, right? We now have 4 cards in hand because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 garbage cards that will not help us with scoring because they're not kings. We can convert 2 of those. Now we have, now we have 2 garbage cards in hand. We have an extra hand size, so it's fine this round. We have an extra hand size. We have 2 garbage cards in hand. We play one of them, and then the other one just remains. Now we have 2 garbage cards in the deck. Next time, when it's time to play again, if we draw one of the garbage cards that is in our base hand, we can never fix that. Because if we hang it, we ruin our hand size. Like, yes, we could technically remove it from the deck, but we'd be compromising our hand size at that moment. So the harm of it, like Hangman only helps us if we could use it in an Arcana pack, but we cannot use Hangman in the round because we're damaging our, like, for exactly 1 round, if we really need it, we can benefit from that extra hand size, I think. But then if we ever draw that card again, it probably kills us. Probably kills us. Unless we like really luck out and it's a king. Or we can try to pay attention and like say like, oh, it's a queen. We could get a strength card, you know, but it's not going to score very much because it's not going to be like a steel red seal, you know, and we can only do that here. The one way that we could do that, the one way in the entire universe that we could do that is if we got a negative showman. Because if we got a negative showman, we could just go in with 3 death cards. But that is not a high likelihood. So we're going to go next. We are going to skip this, but not yet. We're going to play this. We are making a copy of our certificate. 1 copy of our certificate, right? I don't want to mess this up. 1 copy of our certificate. Select that. Did I do that correctly? Hope so. We're going to move the certificate. We actually got a king that time, but it's not a very useful king. We will now use our death. Oops. And we will use our death again. And we will what? Do we think we can score E87 with 5 steel cards? Or do we need more steel cards? We need some steel cards, I think, right? And we have 5. So that should be more than E90. So that's probably fine. 5 steel cards. Fix my jokers. I think my jokers are fixed, right? All of our copies are on DNA. Isn't that what we want? I think we're okay with jokers for the moment. And I play this king and we get all our copies, right? And then now we go Baron here. Mime here. For the second hand, I hope. And we will play, we'll just hang on to the 5 steel and we'll hope this is enough. Baron is in place. Mime is in place. Play hand. we're going to skip the next. We're going to skip the next blind just to get 2 negatives, and just with the hope that maybe they'll be uncommons. I'm actually, you know what, here's what I'm going to say. Obviously the hope would have been that we just got the retcon voucher and just survived, but it is so funny that we have been able to survive because of like such a ridiculous play. Okay, so 5 steel is E91. Does that beat the boss? It does. And at least we get a little bit of money. So we're comfortable with 5 steel for this boss. Which we're saying is 1 copy of our certificate. Let's just get that ready. Oh, our rocket. Look at our rocket. Look at our rocket go. We got $3 from the rocket. We got $4 from the golden joker. We're rich. Okay, we want this, absolutely. Let's just use it now. And we'll go ahead and take these. We're at like what, 120 or something? Where are we? 111? Yeah, it's actually way more fun that we have survived due to nonsense than by luck actually being in our favor. Luck continues to... This is the problem, right? We are trying to rewrite the course, like the intended narrative of the universe set out at the dawn of time. We are trying to alter it, and some things are immutable, but we're still gonna try. This is where Agent Cooper failed. It's true, more negatives. So another consideration is the more commons we have up here, like none of these jokers will get negatives again. So these are pretty useless jokers, but it means that, well, we just won't see them again. There's plenty of useless jokers we will continue to see, but so we need to reroll for a fool. We're actually like netting some money, which is not what I expected, and certainly not what was happening yesterday. We don't need the chariot at this moment, I don't think. We need a fool. A fool, please. Very specifically, a fool. I should actually be holding cards that I don't want in hand. There's our fool. We don't need the chariot. I'm not going to reroll for it because I don't think we need it. So, next round, let's save here. Which, when I say save, it's me making a copy of the save file. There's no saves in this game. And we will skip this blind. Get 2 negative tags. Go here. We will make more steel. And I don't really want to mess with this, but we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we know we can win. So let's just... This is risky, perhaps. Let's move this. Let's copy these. Let's place the Baron. Let's place the Mime for the next hand. And we'll just play whatever this card is. I don't care what it is. Because we feel confident that we'll hit E90 because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baron's in place. Mime's in place. Play. Move the Mime. Yeah, we're like in the neighborhood of E90, right? It is funny. That's true, right? There is an imbalance, but yes, we are, because of the choices we're making with the certificate cards. we are able to scale both steel and gold. If we had one more blueprint instead of another brainstorm, it would be so much, like, it would be much more optimal, right? Because in that scenario, we could make the exact, like a more controlled number of copies of the certificate. But even then, I think we still have a problem with ending up with pollution in the deck. I think actually 2 copies is like the safest. I think 3 copies still results in problems. We get a negative even Steven. You will notice the cards we are playing are face cards that are not even, but hey, get in there. It's possible there's some like slight optimization of order here, but I don't know. Let's just use this to get the death immediately. Let's look in here for nothing. Okay, so sadly, here's the sad story. We did not alter the course of the universe. So our scoring requirements right now are 98. Problem number 1. This is where we died last time, you will recall. Is there a joker that gives stats based on number of jokers? Yes. The stencil gives you the inverse of that, meaning the more jokers, the fewer jokers you have, the better with the stencil. Where's this? Did I pass it? Probably. Yeah, stencil for empty joker slot scales up. But I realize you're asking the opposite question. Is there something that is beneficial for having a lot of jokers? One of them is the baseball card. Baseball card scales based on other jokers that you have. There's also swashbuckler. There's also is there anything else? Swashbuckler scales based on the sell value of all jokers that you have. And so just having more jokers helps with that. Off the top of my head, I'm having trouble thinking of if there's any others. Baseball card wants more commons. There's probably another one I'm just not thinking of. Swashbuckler adds the sale value of all other owned jokers, which is not super high. Yeah, they might be the only ones. Baseball card cares about how many jokers you have, kind of. It cares how many commons you have. Swashbuckler cares about the sell value of your jokers, which more jokers is more sell value. And Stencil hates it when you have jokers. Off the top of my head, that's all I can think of. Okay, so this is where we died last night, right? I have bad news, everyone. I have deeply bad, deeply sad news for you. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of such bad news. If we hit reroll on this boss, we know what happens. It lands on the Psychic, which requires us to play 5 cards. And there is almost no chance in the universe that we can do that. So the 5 cards, because it takes so many re-triggers away and all our, that takes our hand size down. And we're able to win only because of our hand size. So even with a hand of solid glass, remember, we need some ability to convert to even have the hand size we have. Even with a flush 5 of solid glass, it feels unlikely. Now, alternatively, there's an alternative. Bean. What would we get rid of for Bean, though? Unfortunately, if we got, that's what we. So it's funny you say that, Ratfink. What if we re-roll for Bean, right? So remember, right now, Bean would be +5 hand size, but our DNA is already +4. So Bean is slightly better. But the funny story is last night when we died, we spent all of our money down to 0 re-rolling for Bean because we thought that maybe that just one extra +1 could save us, and it didn't. But let me propose something to you. Is we've been talking about, we have this like kind of nuclear option of making even more cards with certificate, which is dangerous, but it gives us a card to play that isn't one of our kings. So what I'm this is so absurd, but if we did the certificate and it landed of the what would it be, 5 cards we could potentially make with the certificate, if one of those cards happened to be if out of those 5 cards we happen to get a pair, maybe we could get a king and maybe that would help. But the king wouldn't help for this boss. I guess I'm trying to argue that this boss is less dangerous than the psychic. I don't know that. No, wait. Okay, I'm proposing 2 paths to you here. Here are 2 paths. In one path, we take this, and in the first hand, we play DNA. Sorry, in the first hand, we play a high card for the DNA. In the second hand, for scoring, we play whatever, a pair, or whatever we have to play that isn't, and we will have made as many copies with certificate as we could in the hopes that we get king and in hopes we get a pair. The idea being is like, well, if we've got some cards that aren't kings, we can actually have more kings in hand than we would normally have. So that's path 1, is we do this, and in the second hand, we play a pair instead of a high card pair. Alternate path. And this one is pretty interesting. Alternate path is we do full copies of the certificate, which gives us 5 extra cards in hand. 5 extra cards in hand. We must play 5 cards. We just play those 5 cards. And we still have all of our other cards are the king. So which one is more likely? We could run the math, we could simulate it, but actually maybe number 2 is a better path. Number 2 means we get, number 2 means our hand size is, so we can use the certificate to make 5 cards. That's the 5 cards we have to play. We can use DNA to make 5 cards. That makes our hand size 14. Hand size 14 in that scenario. The biggest problem with path 1 is we have to be able to play another hand that is hopefully not our kings. We don't want to play a pair of kings because we need those kings. If we get 5 cards, right, that's what I'm saying. If we get 5 cards that are just 5 random cards and there's no accidental pairs or whatever, we can still play a high card. It's just then our cards in hand is only, let's go over here. Let's talk about it. So let's talk about this scenario that we're imagining is in the scenario we're talking about, we're doing no conversion of cards. The problem is we haven't been making enough steel, probably. You could do copies of glass with DNA and do that. Maybe, but then you need to have a justice and make a flush 5 of glass is also a possibility. Flush 5 of glass, but then in that case, what do you have in hand? You have 11 cards. You have 11 kings, and then a flush 5 of glass because you use the DNA. Possible. So that would look like this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then imagine we had all steel in hand, which is not necessarily easy to do, but imagine we had all steel in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's from the certificate. This would be our DNA copy. Well, okay, I guess there's maybe 3 options that seem potentially viable. So this is the scenario where we try to get a full hand here, and then we play flush 5, and our flush 5 is actually level what? Flush 5 is level 59. So, does not appear to get us there, does it? That is all glass, flush 5, with all of the steel we could muster. Does not seem to get us there. So, not ideal. The other option was that this hand is just whatever, right? That this hand is the hand from the certificate, and that down here are the 5 cards from the DNA. Do we somehow have too many cards? Well, we talked about going like ham on the certificate, right? Maybe that was too many cards even still. So that doesn't seem like a viable option. Other option is that we just have like 5 nonsense cards, like 5 just whatever clown cards we get. And then the DNA is what is down there. Oh, I forgot. We do have to play. Yeah, the thing I didn't just count on. That reason we did have 16 because we didn't. No, that would be after the DNA. That was even one too many cards. So that was no good. The thing I just showed actually would be even fewer points because we'd only have 15 cards total, not 16. The scenario where we just copy nonsense from the scenario where we just get whatever we get from copying the certificate. Like, we get this. How many cards could we have in hand? Not enough, right? Like, even if we had all red seal steel kings, this would be our certificate hand. So we would start with this, and we would start with that's on top of our 9 kings, right? We normally have 9. We have now added this just with the certificate, 5 copies of certificate. Well, these are in hand. I haven't played these yet, right? This is how we would start the round. Would look like this, right? Understood. Yeah. You'd play. Then we would play 1 card with DNA. So we remove 1 card, and then we add 5 copies of that card back. Right? Oh, you're right. We can't even trigger the DNA. No, you're right. I forgot. This is for the 5 card. We can't trigger DNA, period. You're right. You're absolutely right. No, you're right. So we would actually, this would be our score. This would be it. We couldn't trigger the DNA. That's the actually, all right. That rules out basically anything we could do. No, we're talking about the second boss, the boss that requires 5. So in that scenario, we can do like nothing, right? Or we'd look like this. We would draw whatever nonsense we happen to draw. And so our score would be, no, that's very good point, Rafinks. This, we would look like, just give me random cards. You're ruining my point. Okay. It just means 9 cards in hand, right? Because we can't do the DNA, and that's obviously not enough points. Even if, what if one of these was glass? Doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to agree with you that boss kills us always. Because we tried it with all glass. We just can't do it. That boss kills us always. Fair. That's fair. So then we're asking ourselves, what does it look like to play a pair? Because our pair is nothing. Our pair is level 2. But can we brute force through it? Probably not. But pair is level 2. We do know we're going to get... we got another negative Joker coming up, right? Like, could be good. This could be the Joker we want. We got one more negative Joker. But, so we're talking about the pair situation. Well, right. Selling DNA, buying bean buys us exactly 1 card in hand, right? And it buys us an extra 1.5 because bean is an uncommon. The problem is we now have Tarot Merchant and Tarot Tycoon, Planet Merchant and Planet Tycoon, and Magic Trick. So our odds of getting bean are vanishingly low, and we know we re-rolled really hard for it last night. Now, good news, we do have several shops to roll through because we can survive the first 2 bosses, right? Or sorry, first 2 rounds. So we have a little more time to re-roll than we did. But is there anything meaningful for those skips? I think they're not, right? One is a flush house. Oh, one of them is get a free uncommon Joker, but we won't be able to capitalize on it. So, okay. So we can try to re-roll for a bean. Feels unlikely, but we can try. In terms of trying to game the eye, like, can we game the eye? What would it look like to play a pair of nonsense cards? It has to be a pair. And remember, if we happen to get a pair from a certificate, that could be good. If we don't get a pair from the certificate, we have to play a pair of kings. So what does that look like? It means we start with start with, which is not true, mind you. Remember, we don't actually have all steel. So no, this game is incredible. I have close to 600 hours in this game, I think. This game is like, I don't think I've been fixated on a game like this for a long time. 580 hours, according to Steam. This game is like, the thing that I love about this game is like the possibility space of it. And the higher antes you get, the path forward gets narrower and narrower and narrower to a certain point where it's just not possible. It's actually pretty incredible that we've made it to ante 26 without the boss reroll voucher. Is kind of like unreal. On another run, I lucked out and made it to like ante 32 without the boss reroll voucher, but that's only because I had a legendary Joker. Okay, this is where we start, right? And DNA definitely gives us, oopsie, 4 more of these, but like, so what? And then, what's its face? We've already played our single high card. So we have to play a pair. The best possible outcome for us is that the random cards we get from the certificate are a pair. If that were true, say we use certificate and we make as many cards as we can, right? We just got like total nonsense out of them. We know we can at least convert 2 of them. But we're not allowed to play high card. So we would be definitely relying on, out of that 5 cards, there being a pair, which is doesn't seem like great odds. Or we have to play our kings. We have to play 2 kings, which I think just removes the work we just did to create the extra kings, right? Like, so, and one of them could be glass. But this, it kind of feels like our only 40% is not bad. Hey, 40%, I've heard worse odds. So you're telling me there's a chance. So I guess I'm almost here to tell you that the only way we survive is like whatever, a pair of 2s or something. If we get a pair, we can do it. Hey man, almost 50-50. Well, okay, unfortunately though, the problem is I think those odds are not correct. That's probably if you just have a deck of 52 cards and you draw from them. Certificate, I don't think works that way. I think certificate could easily give us, we're talking about you have 4 different decks of 52 cards and you're drawing 1 card from each, which I think is much worse odds. It's not 1 deck that you're drawing 5 cards from. I think it's 5 decks, because I don't think that certificate does anything to prevent duplicates. You could get a 2 of spades twice, like we just have here. So I think actually our odds are probably much smaller. I mean, we have to try it, because what else can we do? I think our only path forward is drawing a hand in those 5 cards. Oh no. Oh man, it's close. Okay. Drawing a hand in those 5 cards, but we're only playing 3 of them, which is not good. If it was 5 cards, we could be like, ooh, wait, what if we could try to convert the suit and get a flush or whatever. There's other hands we could try to construct, but we only get to play 2 of those 5 cards, right? And actually we have like some random other card, because we're saying now that we have hand size 9 plus hands. Wait a minute. There is another, hang on. Oh, right. Death, if we convert. Good. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, can we, that gives us 1 less king, right? That means we have 1 fewer king here. That might still do it. Ratfink, it might still do it. If we use our death to make, okay, so here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that we got honestly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 that we got from DNA. We have only 1 from the certificate, and then we use our death to force a pair, I think we can do it. Alternatively, we could bring a strength, and then the strength gives us a chance to hit a pair. The strength gives us a chance to hit a pair also. But death, it looks like you're actually right, that we only need 16 cards in hand, which is 9 plus... No, this isn't right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, right. Also, these are all steel. But this is 14 in hand. Yeah, 9 plus 1 plus 4. Yeah, 14 in hand. Now, remember, we have some control over a number of these. 5 of these, it's just the first 9. It's luck of the draw, right? But at this score, at E100, we're trying to hit what? E98. What if some of these were gold? 1 gold, we can still do it. 2 golds, I think we can't do it. Ooh, 2 golds is going to be real. 1 gold does it. Oh no. Now, that said, we do have some random scoring here and there that is giving us a slight boost over what we're finding in the calculator. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You want to see something really funny? You want to see something so funny? Are you ready for me to eat my words? What's the problem with this pair? The problem with this pair is we haven't used enough planet cards. I happen to know a shop that has so many planet cards, and you're also right. We have a Joker that scales with pairs, but we can buy so many planet cards to scale up our pairs. We can get E98 with just, if we get enough pairs, if we get pair to like level 15, we can do it. and you're right. We have Jokers that trigger on pairs. Hang on. Okay, what are these Jokers that are... This is so stupid. This run is insane. All I wanted was to get the retcon voucher. The thing that's going to be so sad is we're going to do this, and then on the next ante, we're not going to get retcon. Okay, what do we actually have in here that synergizes with pair? We do have plus 24 molt right here on the red card. So get that in there. We got to count that, obviously. This is so funny. Okay, red card. Give me that 24 molt. Check that out. We don't have our driver's license. Where's our driver's license? Get our driver's license in here. Get that guy up here. Driver's license. Enhanced cards. We got so many, but we only need 16. Did you see that? We got a little boost. Okay. 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 We got boots with 1362 right now. That's going to change because we're going to roll down. Let's say the boots give us 1,000. Well, this is not good. Let's say we get 1,000 molt from the boots. Because we're going to spend money for sure. That's if we have... $2,500. We have... A-ball does nothing. Superposition. Scholar does nothing. Unless we happen to get a pair of aces. Raised Fist the lowest ranked card in our hand is going to be a king, so that's another like 20 mult, right? But I'm actually more interested in finding the it could be tens or fours. It could be Jolly Joker. If Jolly Joker came through for us, what a play. If the cards are even, we get some even Steven. Okay. There's hope. We have hope here. So let's buy this voucher. That's a little bit of extra money for those boots. Okay. So what are we doing? We still have to win these other blinds. And also that is still a lot of steel in that deck, by the way. So, okay. Which means I should not have been making all those DNA copies of gold, but we feel comfortable hitting these scores. These are also very big numbers, by the way. Chariot, Death, Fool, Mercury. That's true. We got to be careful rolling through the shop. So, but for these upcoming antes, what are we actually doing? We're doing not this. We need one more king in hand, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Don't we have size? We have 9 plus 4 plus 2. No, this is it, right? I'm just trying to make sure we can hit E98 with, we have too many cards, right? We're going to have, am I wrong? Sorry, I'm losing my mind a little bit. We have 9 cards. We net 4 from DNA and we get 2 from Chariot. So that's, our hand should be 15. No, our hand should be 15. So we should be fine here. As long as we have mostly steel, which we have control over. How big is that number? That's a big number. We can hit this number. We need a lot of steel. But remember, 5 steel we have total control over. 4 steel. 1, 2, 3, 4 steel we have total control over. Actually 5. And then 2 steel we have control over with our tarot cards. So 7 steel. So we just have to draw. We still have to draw 3 steel. Is that true? Sorry, let me go back here. We have to reliably draw 3 steel just to beat the first ante. We could skip these antes, but that's less rerolling to get our pair up. So, am I correct saying that to beat the first ante? I mean, I know we didn't do the math perfectly, but like that, we need 3.8 E98, right? And what if we have 1 fewer steel card? We can't do it. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 come from DNA. 1, 2 come from Chariot. Sorry, from Death. We could also bring a Chariot. So we have to draw at least 2. Good point. What's Glass do? That means we're bringing a Justice in. We have to remember. But if we bring Glass, looks like things are a little easier. That means, but that's 1 less opportunity to convert a gold card That's only 398. 3998. That looks like that barely ekes by. Well, but we still need some steel. How many steel do we need in this case? We can guarantee 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know that this actually helps us because we still have to draw 2. And we only actually need to draw... Am I wrong about that? Do this again. Add a steel again. That's enough points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comes from Chariot. 1 comes from Death. 1 comes from Fool. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comes from DNA. 1 comes from Death. 1 comes from Fool. 1 comes from Chariot. We have to draw 2. So I think we have to draw 2 either way. I think we have to draw 2 steel either way. And it's just a question of whether we want to bring in a steel card or a glass card. Now, if we say we bring in the glass card, then that's 1 fewer of these. But it's a glass card, so we add the glass card. Is that still... The glass card is a little more risky, maybe. The steel does more work than the glass, and I'll explain why. A glass will trigger exactly 1 time, and it's a 2x. So glass is not going to do anything but double the score. Versus the idea of bringing a Chariot lets us re-trigger this card and get multiple 1.5 times. This is a 2 times glass, and I don't think we have... No, I'm sorry, it's 2 times 2. So it's 4 times. Glass is 4 times our score, but an additional... Bringing a Chariot and being able to turn an additional gold into steel is 1.5 to the 1, 2... Is that in 2 additional triggers of the glass? No, because the king's going to re-trigger that. It ends up being... I'm sorry, the math is eluding me at this moment, but I think the Chariot is actually more valuable in terms of the number of re-triggers that we could get. And which you can see right now, this is 3.998. And if instead we get rid of the glass and we just say instead we have 1 more steel instead, it's basically double the score. And right, obviously we want to be converting to steel as we go. So this boss is, even this ante is scary. Even this ante feels like a boss, but feels like not impossible. And wait, how many cards did I say I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the DNA. That's a Death, that's a Fool, that's a Chariot. We only need to pull 2 cards. We only need to pull 2 steel, which feels... Are the odds in our favor? Look at all that steel. I don't know if the odds are in our favor. We also don't have an Arcana pack to do conversion. So we have our Death. We're going to get another negative, and this negative is going to blow our minds because it's going to be a negative Troubadour. Are you ready? It's not. It's a negative 6th sense, which is an uncommon. So this just increased our score by 50% divided by 2 squared. So welcome aboard. So we're just looking for... I think I'm convinced that a Chariot has more value than Justice and like carries forward. You could argue that turning gold into glass and then breaking that glass has a similar effect, but you only have a 1 in 4 chance to break it. Remember to take Mercury. Remember to take Mercury. Mercury. This is a new consideration. Mercury. Sell the Empress. High Priestess gives us Mercury. She doesn't. We could get a 3 of a kind in there. Better use it. We'll have 3 extra cards, right? Look at this guy. Look at that handsome fella. Mercury. Look inside here. If you bought all cards from the shop, you get a free reroll. There are a couple other ways to get free rerolls in the shop. We have the discounted free rerolls already, I think. We only have one of these. We didn't even get the voucher that helped the second voucher to make rerolls cheaper. There are skip tags that can give you more rerolls, which it's very rare that you would want to take those. There's also a joker there's a clown joker. I forgot his name, Chaos Clown, that starts you at 0, which over the course of a run saves a tremendous amount of money. It is definitely an underrated joker. I'm going to take these 3 of a kinds because it's not impossible that we end up with 3, but perhaps not likely. Yeah, Chaos, my buddy. Okay, right. We definitely want to go into this with a full Mercury. Level 5. I'm going to take this. Small price to pay. Don't let me forget to take Mercury. Isn't it nice that we have a shop that has all these planet cards? We need Chariot for insurance, right? I should have been using those Chariots all these other rounds, but I didn't expect to survive this long. Not the Chariot. There's our Chariot. Any other tarot? I want to take a Chariot in just so we can like push steel as hard as we can. And then let's reroll a little more, just looking for Mercury. Maybe we go to 25. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, so here's a question I have for you. Knowing that this is such a fraught delicate operation, do we, 1, reroll deeper for being right now? Yeah, okay, I will save. Wise. I mean, the sad thing is we may die in all eventualities, but we're really trying hard here. We could reroll hard for trying to find that bean to give us 1 more hand size. Yes, we should save. We could reroll for being right now, even though we know we rerolled really hard for being in this very shop last night. Didn't find it. So, like, not feeling likely. We could skip to the boss. The reason to skip to the boss is either of these 2 rounds could kill us. The reason not to skip to the boss is each of these 2 rounds puts more steel in the deck, so that when we get here, we have a greater likelihood of pulling more steel. So I think we should play this. And as long as there are 2 steel cards when we get in there, you need to fight the blinds for sure. I'm doing it. Are you ready? So we're ready to leave this shop. Next round. Okay. Before we go, how many copies for this round of certificate do we want? We only want 2 cards added to the deck for this particular round, I believe. Right? You'd re-rolled a 30? Oh, I'm sorry. In that particular shop, we should have re-rolled a 30. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll re-roll more deeply next time. The reason I'm not as motivated to re-roll deep is just because we know we didn't get a bean. And that's kind of the thing we want. But let's just go forward. We have a save. We could go back. Okay, 2 extra cards. Let's do it. We did not get a pair, but as Ratfink pointed out, we can force a pair. So we got the steel we needed, right? Death. Cool. Chariot. And then DNA. Didn't we say we needed exactly 2 steel? Oh, I know we didn't need a pair there. I just was like, you know, testing our luck. We said we could beat this with 4 gold cards. I guess so. That's scary that we kind of like... It's true. We did not max the certificate. We are just... All of our copies now are on DNA for more copies of steel. This is really cutting it. We didn't get that much steel, right? I feel like maybe I did the math wrong. Baron. Mime. We got too many jokers. Maybe I kind of forgot we had to play 1 steel there. Anyway, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 steel. What was in our simulation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 steel. Max the certificates on these blinds? No. No, because that just adds noise. I think I think we can hit this. It's really gonna be close. But I think we can hit this. Yeah, I think that was only on the boss when we have to get the pair. This is gonna be close. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's some real possibility that I have the math wrong and we're gonna die. But I think we're expecting something in the neighborhood. I mean, our calculation is 6.2 E98, whatever. We have a bit more mult than that, so on and so forth. We've got our we've got our X-Malt driver's license down here at the end of the line. We got our baseball card doing work. I don't think anybody else cares where they are. Okay. Are we ready? I think this clears, but not by a lot. And it may not clear enough for the next round. We got a lot of cards, but that's like not a lot of steel. It's going to be pretty close. Like within the same order of magnitude, I think. Maybe it hits 99, but I don't think so. We hit 99. Look at that. So this was if we only drew 2 steel, right? Because we even got a little money. That was if we only drew 2 steel. That's not actually. It's not actually. We have to draw 3 steel because we have to play 1 steel for the DNA. Thank you for making a note of that. We have to draw 3 steel even in that scenario because 1 steel gets played for the DNA. That's where my calculations were off. We have to draw 3 steel minimum. Scary. Okay. We're looking in here. We're buying Pluto. We're looking here. And we're buying Pluto. I mean, one thing about spending money in the shop is every reroll costs more. And I think one of the things that like Doc Spector really pushes on Balatro University for the end of this insane runs is like panic spending. Like sometimes you know you're dead unless you spend, but like panic spending is not necessarily helpful if you think you can survive another shop, because you can spread those rerolls over. The same number of rerolls over 2 shops costs you like massively less money. We're 4 hours into this. I think the Mercury are kind of important. And we did that with Mercury level 15, which maybe was not a thing we can hit. We're at 6 now. There's our death. We will continue. I mean, think about going 7 to 15 with the scaling of Mercury cards, which is better than the scaling, I think, of Pluto cards. Does double the number that is the base of all of our multiplications. So it's a tiny change, but it is a tiny change way up the stream in the calculation. So we will roll. I'm going to take Venus just in the off chance we get a 3 of a kind, I guess. Seems real unlikely, but doesn't cost very much money. A Sparkle Man. I like Venus anyway. It's a good early hand to scale. I love this guy. Sly Joker early on a plasma deck run. Life-changing. How deep we going? Pair. The thing is, if we survive, we're going to need money to re-roll for the burglar, and it's going to be harder to find the burglar, even though we've seen like 75 burglars in this run. You wish negatives were easier to identify. I think the easiest way to identify negatives for me, at least, is by the sound they make. So I will re-roll to 30. All enhancements make a sound when they appear. But sometimes, like certain cards, when they have certain other enhancements, it's kind of hard to tell if they're negative or not. Okay. So we're going to save here because we have to draw 3 steel cards, right? Or we're doomed. At least we think we're doomed. Next round, we want to be copying the certificate. Next round, I'm doing it. Let's go to 35. Nah, I'm doing it. Nah, 35. Not really worth it. Well, we get somewhat of a refund. Slight refund. Okay, next round. Okay, we're doing the... Are we doing this blind or are we skipping this blind? We think we can beat it, right? Easy. Look at all that steel. Easy. Easy. Too easy. Embarrassing. I thought you'd be stronger, game. This score is going to blow your mind. Okay. Copy. Move the certificate. Move the DNA. That's the DNA. Every copy goes to the DNA. Play this steel card, correct? All copies on DNA, play the steel card. Prepare the Baron. Prepare the Mime. Blueprint is on Mime. Everybody else is on Baron. We will play the gold card and see what our top end is. Okay, this is our top end score. That's the Baron. That's the Mime. Play hand. I still don't know how things are going to go. Yeah, I mean, it's broadly speaking, in Balatro, skipping is bad because so much work gets done during the round that isn't just scoring, like converting cards, fixing your deck, and so much work gets done in a shop. And so, yeah, we're definitely safe here. This is no problem. This is just too easy. That's a Baron, Mime. The thing I'm worried about is, I think when we calculated that that pair winning for us, we had a lot of steel in hand. Okay, we probably need to spend some money in this shop because it could be our last. This is almost our last stand. I think I'm gonna, after we score here, hopefully we win. I mean, this is 99. This might be 100. $104. Doubters. Nobody doubted. We did the math. Okay, 104. It's better than expected. Okay, I'm going to excuse myself to the restroom after I buy this hermit. Bad news, we didn't get Arcana packs, which is a bummer. So we did get no deck fixing here, but I'll be right back. Okay. This is it, right? This is what we've been training for. The right tarots, more Mercury. Hopefully we get a pair from the shirt. Maybe there's, yeah, right. Okay. Right. Bottom of the ninth. Baseball man, ready to go. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. This is it. Can the baseball man do it for us? We're hoping for, but I think we decided we don't have to get a pair from the certificate. We can make one because we decided that we can use one of our cards to convert. I mean, yeah, everybody needed a break. I needed a break. All these jokers needed a break. I think Zany Joker was up to something weird, but okay. Goals. Take the money. Take the money and run. In the buffoon pack, we're going to find a negative bean. Rude. I love a riffraff. That's a good early card. Black, the hardest thing to do in this game is a black deck gold stake run. If you get an early riffraff, you're set. There's no reason to look in here. Okay. Start re-rolling. We arguably should spend most of our money. Okay, actually, the thing we should do right now is save. Because the problem is if we survive and we have no money, we're still dead. But now I'm just saying we're just going to try to survive Ante-26 with the gods against us. Like, it is us against, like, the 3 fates. It is us against the, like, written trajectory of the story of the universe. Like, yeah, Black Deck Gold Stake is rough. I can talk to you about why it is, like, Black Deck just sucks. It is more of a debuff than it is meant to be. I think it's harder than it was designed to be because there's secondary considerations, but man, it's rough. But Black Deck Gold Stake, if you get an early riffraff, you win. Maybe. You might. But it might be your only chance to win. I think the only way I can beat a Black Deck Gold Stake is an early riffraff. Then we don't need to... Okay, I see what you're saying is, like, we could try to, like, really, like, nail the math down to an exact number that we need to roll to get Mercury to. Interesting. I'm interested. Let's start by, we'll just like roll to 25 as expected. Well, we'll just get the stuff we know we need to start with, right? And then we can think about, like, the problem is to fully nail our exact score would be kind of a pain in the butt because we've got like additions up here and these other cards and things like, and some of these things like an extra 50 chips here and there. I don't know that it actually make that much difference, but let's just start with getting the things we think we need. We don't think we need justice. Let's hold it for now while we think about it. We know we need death. We need death, period. Whether we use it to make a pair or whether we use it to make more kings, right? Like, death we're doing. How far we actually have to go in Mercury is like, we can see. It is tiny increments that we get from the Mercury, but those increments might matter. They might matter. We will take the Chariot for the moment, although when we get a death, somebody's got to go here. We get the death. The Chariot, if we are in a situation where we don't have enough steel, glass does not matter one way or the other. So I think the Chariot is more important. Let's roll to 25, and then we can like really think about, now that we have what we need, let's roll to 25 or whatever, and then take stock of where we are in this life, in this world. Really just looking for money at the moment and planet cards. Look at this guy. Ever seen one of these guys before? It's a king. Pair. There's my buddy. I wish you were on this journey with us, Sly Joker. Listen, you're strategizing. Sorry, I'm on a work call, strategizing. I'm on a strategy call. I'm consulting. It's Stonecrop, it's Ratfinks, it's Scott, and it's this roster of jokers we have here. Okay. Shall we take a moment to consider what we're up against? .6 E98 with right now level 9 pairs. So let's take it to the lab and see what we can cook up here in the lab. Pairs, level 9. Not what we were hoping for, but that's where they are right now. Cards. We're going to say we were playing a pair of 2s or something, right? Pair of 2s. Okay. I was wrong. What can we reasonably assume that we will have in hand? We're going to make... Let's ignore all of our terrible cards for a moment because we're going to make a lot of kings. We know we will have 4 kings in hand. We know we will have 9 cards in hand from the start. From the DNA side of things, we know that we will net 4. So we've got 13, 14, 15. This is our hand just from the DNA. Because we have, our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we'll net 4 from the DNA. If we use the death card, and by the way, this means that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 from the DNA. This means we have to, if we have the chariot, we have to draw at least 3 kings. So in this scenario, we have played 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 come from the DNA. We've played a king. That's 5 kings. And then we can have 1 death card, 1 chariot. Yeah, so we need 3. We need to start with 3. So, but we can have 1 additional steel king because we're saying we're going to use 1 death card here. Ah, shoot, this isn't true actually then. This is worse. This is even worse. I've got worse news. I have worse news for you because with no tarot cards, let's imagine this. Let's start here. Imagine this is our first hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we need to have 11. So ignore these up here for the moment. Imagine our first hand looks like this. I don't want those to be hearts. If our first hand looks like this, I think we're dead because we have to spend one of these kings that is steel goes away. It's gone. Goodbye. And then we add 5 of them, right? Like one of them we just played, and now we will make 5 copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Things aren't looking good, obviously. We have drawn 5 garbage cards from our hand. We know we at least have a chariot to make 1 more steel, right? That's 1 more steel we can make with the chariot. That helps a little bit. If we use our death to force the pair on the garbage card, then we have the fool to make a death to make 1 more king. And that only gets us to E95. This was starting with 3. If we draw only 3 steel, then that's not good enough. And I think that's not good enough regardless of what our pair is. That's probably not good enough if our pair's 100. It's still not good enough, right? Like that's just not enough steel. Now, if we started with 4 steel or there was already a pair, that gets our score here, which is still not good enough. If we started with 4 steel and there was a pair, or we started with 5 steel, that gets us here. Still not good enough. Now we've been scoring a little bit more, but we basically need to draw a hand of... We have some score from the high card, but that score will be orders of magnitude lower. So it's probably like here, right? Like the high card just copying the DNA is like actually probably a rounding error, right? We probably don't even see it. I can't remember what it's been, but it's been so low. It's like probably here. We're just so many zeros away from it. Now, 1 more king does it. Yeah, unfortunately, the high card is astonishingly huge, but it's not astonishingly huge enough. So this seems to all come down to what our draw is, which our draw is not, it's been improving, but perhaps not at the rate that one would hope, right? Like, it's kind of looking like 50-50 to me. There's mods that count these. Had we not been doing all of those DNA copies, or have we been more aggressive early on about making more steel? Oopsie. Then we might be in better shape right now, but it's not. It's pretty close to 50-50. We will start the hand with the 5 random cards. Yeah, we have to. Yeah. Maybe there'll be a king in there. Maybe. But I think my point is, like, what are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yikes, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. They're moving, so it's hard to count. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. It's roughly 50-50. Oh, in the calculator? I mean, we could. It just means that there'd be 2 other cards here that were nonsense. It doesn't actually change anything about this. It just means that, in addition to all of this, there would just be some more noise. I don't think it actually, it does make a difference if they're steel cards, which we could not count on. If those cards happen to be steel, which they wouldn't be, they couldn't be. They're just going to be seals. They could be red seals, but they're just going to be like this, like a few more chips. Like, doesn't even actually register. Oh, they won't do, obviously, right. They won't do anything unless they're kings or steel, and they can't be steel. They could be kings. One more king. If one of those 5 cards is a king, then that matters for sure. Like, if one of the cards that we draw is a king, then I think it's easy peasy. Okay, are we ready to just go into this? I mean, I don't know how much, how much we can actually do in the shop here. If we catch re-rolling, it would just be trying to level up high card. Is it worth getting Mercury up? It doesn't seem to be that worth it. And sorry, just for reference, just if we happen to draw a king, dramatic score increase. So drawing a king would be lovely. Drawing a pair would be helpful because then that's one more death we don't have to use. As far as leveling up our hands, like, say we didn't get this and we were let's go back here. We were 1 king short of where we think we want to be. These odds are not good. If we did this, and even if we went from if we had like 10 times the pair, actually 10 times does it. That's funny. What if we doubled it though? 9 to 18. Or we'll just do 9 to 19 to make it easier. Good grief. That's 9. It's a boost, but it's not quite enough of a boost. I'm willing to re-roll for a while, because, like, if we die, we die. So if he dies, he dies. What if there's a steel king in here? A steel red steel king? There's not. What if there's a polychrome? There's not. Oh, we got another +4 on our red card though by skipping. I'm willing to re-roll some more. It's for this. Look at that. Doesn't matter. I mean, rolling more could give us a negative. I know. I mean, the sad truth, again, and I hate to admit it because it would be so good to get a negative, is like we have saturated the shop in every possible way at this point, where we got overstocked, so we see twice as many jokers, and the rerolls are cheaper, so we can reroll more. But we have put so much garbage in the shop by taking all the other vouchers. We could have skipped here, and maybe we gotten a free bean, but very unlikely it would have been negative. But I'm willing to roll. Look, Mercury. Look, Mercury. Look. In the off chance that we survive this, which feels like a very small chance, if we don't get the voucher we need next round, we're just 1,000% dead. Like, maybe. I mean, who knows? Maybe we can. We've done. You've both been a very good team in coming up with these nonsense strategies. So, yeah, I need the money for the burglar, which we'd have to find an uncommon joker in a very saturated shop. And you've seen how much luck we've had finding the bean. Not great. However, just getting the serpent, like getting the ability to just, unfortunately, I think plus mult is just not that relevant. Like, I could tell you the value of the boots right now. The value of the boots, even if it was at 1,000, would be, what does that ultimately end up being? I guess it's actually a little hard to say what it is, but its contribution is additive. The things that we care about are things that are multiplicative. And this mult addition happens after our major multiplicative things like the Baron and the baseball card. So actually, I think the only thing that gets multiplied, it would be that times 3. So you could call it something like 2,500 or whatever, even if it was 1,000. I guess if you did this, so do this, multiply it times 3, that's 24. Divide that by 2 is 1,200, and then square that is 144 plus 4 zeros. So it's something like 1,000,000 points. Every bit helps, I will say, but we can't even see millions, right? Millions are so far off. It's just this additive mult where this happens in the math is bad. Where planet cards happen in the math, planet cards are the first thing that happens, so they scale massively. I'm pretty sure the boots are only being scaled. I might be wrong, but I think the boots are only being scaled by this and maybe the baseball card. And then, yeah, the plasma deck makes it even weirder as far as where let's do it. That's going to make a difference. It didn't. I'll take this. Okay. I think this is it. Copy the certificate with everything. I love your optimism. One, that we're going to survive this. Okay. One, we have to survive this ante. 2, I did just save. 1, we have to survive this ante. 2, we have to immediately get the retcon voucher, or we're like dead full stop. Okay. 3, we win. I mean, actually, honestly, fairly close to we win. Like, honestly, We will score large numbers. We just won't make money. Yeah, finding the burglar is what I'm talking about. I don't think $1,700 is enough money to find the burglar. Frustratingly, we've seen 47 burglars so far. Okay, we are making... That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies, 5 cards from the certificate. Are we ready to go? I just saved. We have to draw basically all steel here, like very close to all steel. So this is not looking good for us, friends. Now, if there's a king from the certificate, my water bottle's stuck. If the certificate gives us the king, it's pretty good. Stonecrop is saying we get 6 steel. We might actually need 7, but 6 steel, and we get a pair, and we get a king. Ready. Okay. I'm going to stop for a moment and say this has been a very fun run. It was a fun run even up to the 9 hours. This additional 4.5 hours is very fun. Yes, remember, recall, we are playing a pair. The pair can be kings. It's true. I don't think we want it to be. I think, like, in fact, we sort of want the pair to be like something arbitrary, so and then the king to stay in hand. But okay, I'm doing it. Are we ready? Ratfink, Stonecrop, you've been excellent companions here, collaborators, cohort. Are we ready? Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying the pair can't be kings. I thought you said the pair can be kings. Yeah, ideally it's not. Okay, we're doing it. This has been very fun. We may just be dead. Are we dead? We're locked in. We're copying. I think we're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're so dead. We got a pair, right? We did get a pair. We did not get nearly enough steel. But we got a pair. We didn't get a king. We almost got a king. You know what's funny is like... Yeah, it's not great. I mean, we'll do it. We're going to go down fighting. So what's our order of operations? This is kind of like we only drew 2 steel. we only drew 2 steel. This is not what we were hoping for. Yeah, the purple chip's no good. No good on the purples. No kings. So all we can do is convert these 3 cards to steel, right? All 3 of these will become steel. We will play a steel. Now, you know what's interesting, actually, that we will discuss in a moment is, does the fact that we will not have enough steel, do we actually benefit by changing the way our copying works? Because part of the consideration of our copying is the steel, but I don't think so. I don't think it actually changes. Maybe if we had blueprints instead of a bunch of brainstorms. Okay, well, we just go down fighting, right? We got a pair. We tried so hard. We really did. Okay. Any objections to this? I'm going to make these, and then we're just going to see how bad it is, and that's all. So I think we convert these 3. What a bad draw. Like, really bad draw. Impressively bad, in fact. Oh, sorry, we can't convert all 3. We can only convert 2 of them. We also just have a little bit of noise in our hand. I forgot. We'll keep the queen, huh? Should we keep the queen? Give the queen, the king some companionship at the end of his life. Okay. And one of these. All copies on DNA. What a close... If this had been a king, we were just so close. We're so close. It's a horrific draw. Yeah. Okay. Now we just want to be sure that, you know, as we go down with the ship, we're going to do everything according to protocol. We're going to play it like we don't know this is our last hand. We survived a bit longer than last night. There are... Okay, let me just say this. And I don't think I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but I'm just going to say out loud. There is the universe where we re-rolled more in the shop before we got the DNA and got a negative DNA. Yeah, going into the anti-26 boss with hope in your heart and no legendaries, hey, good for us. Okay, I'm playing this. We got all copies of this. So I'm just saying there is a world in which we could play this again, rewind it again, try again, and it's worth a try. I mean, it took 5 hours just to do this. This run is now probably, I don't know, 14, 15 hour total. Okay, so Rat thinks this score that we already have is so many decimal places over. It's like, it doesn't even qualify as a rounding error. It's that bad. Okay, check this out though. Uh-huh. How do you like that? You know what would have been actually pretty funny? There's a card that I hate that I never enjoy hitting. But it would change my life if this was true. This one that is the loyalty card only hits once every 6 hands, and then it gives you 4x. I don't think that matters here. We're going to be way off. I think we're going to be way off, unfortunately. But if like somehow the loyalty card hit at just the right time, I think, listen, this baseball player carried hard. This baseball player, like, unbelievable. Okay. Baron here. Mime here. Even without the steal, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 Mime. And 1, 2, 3, 4 Baron. So, like, changing copying doesn't actually do anything. Is there any... You know, it's sad. I know, it's true. I mean, like, he carried hard, but a sad thing is we don't have actually anything that's going to trigger based on the jacks, sadly. Because we got the 10-4 and we got the even Steven and whatnot. Okay. I think this is it. I think this is where we die. I think we fall a little bit short. It's been really fun. I appreciate both of you staying along for the ride so much. I will consider the idea of the negative DNA. Yeah, we got our buddy that likes pears. Is that... It's not Zany. It's Jolly. We got our buddy Jolly in there. We don't even get $4. Rocket made it up to $5. I mean, I feel like the need to just go through and just thank everybody, you know? Like the red card, 30 mult, meaningless, but nice try. The boots did what it could, but then we spent all our money. 8-ball never did a single thing other than look cool. Superposition, never did anything. I want to say I weirdly started this run with a negative superposition and just couldn't use it. Which is weird that we get 2 negative superpositions in the same run. Scholar, useless. Hey, the raised fist to the end, defiant. And this raised fist is going to give us double mult for this queen. This is the attitude I like. This is the attitude that I want to have as I go down here. The raised fist of like, Okay. Clever Joker. We certainly don't get a 2-pair. Walkie Talkie. Nope. Nothing. We don't even have a splash where we could play the queen and get a little extra score. So. Okay. Well. I think this is it, right? I don't know. There's no more scheming, no more anything. I think we just hit go. Are we ready? Do I have permission from both of you? Yeah, 07's in the chat. The mime carried us hard. Remember the mime? The mime saved us even before we got the Baron. When we were dead, we were dead. We had the what is the tiki mask called? Why can't I think of the name of that? Anyway, Idol. We were dead, and the mime saved us with 2 steel cards. So, okay, this is it. I'm ready. Stonecrop. You have your permission to send it? I don't want to send it unless everyone's on board. Baseball player, are you ready? I love your yellow helmet. Stonecrop had to step away to talk to the farmer neighbor. Unfortunately. I don't want to click this. Your message failed to send. Okay, let's do it. Are we ready? I'm doing it. Safe seas, sail. Yeah. Thanks, baseball player. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, people watching and listening. Thanks to all these jokers. Thanks to the roster of kings. Thanks to these jacks. But I think we just came up a little bit short. Are you ready for optimism? I'm going to move this mime just in case we win. Just in case. I don't think we're going to win. But what are we expecting? Like 94 or something? I don't even know. Oh, my heart. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, all of you. Thank you for your service, Jacks. These poor Jacks just came in at the last minute to be sacrificed. What? 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 Wait, one of those jacks was a red seal. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. One of the jacks was a red seal, and jacks are 10, and chips on plasma deck. Wait, that can't be true. Like, that could not have made the difference. There's no way. How did this happen? The jacks couldn't have done that alone. Wait, what did we actually have? Pair, we did get to level 13. We had... I'm just actually stunned now. We had a jack, and one of the jacks was a red seal, right? Yeah, we take those. How did we actually have enough random chips and malt? This is not the hand we played. We played a much worse hand than this, right? You think it was was it Jolly? Did Jolly just come through? Or no, yeah, sorry, it was Jolly. It was Jolly Joker. I don't feel like Jolly is even going to register. How did we do that? I guess one thing is I did have this guy positioned more this way. How? I mean, we definitely had some, we have some additions up here. We have some like some of these cards are foil. I actually don't know how we did that. Yeah, it was the 8 malt. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're asking like literally what are the instructions? Yeah, it's plus 8 malt, which like yes gets multiplied here and here, but otherwise, okay. Well, the problem with just saying thanks is, how do we do that again? Did I have, like, what was the failure in our calculations here? Anyway, okay. What a story. What a story. We just spent the last 10 minutes on a goodbye tribute. And now we're going to click here and we're going to see that we didn't get the retcon. And how did that happen? Who did it? I actually don't understand. I guess so. Yeah. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Okay, we did pollute our deck a little bit, but not as badly as you might expect. And like even strength could help us with the queen. Not really, but okay. Retcon. This is it, right? It's retcon or it's nothing. I'm preparing myself for an emotional response. Okay, I'm clicking. We just beat Ante 26. Okay. I might actually cry if it's not retcon, but I might also actually cry if it is retcon. Are we gonna do it? Are we ready? I'm sad. I am sad to say that I think our bag of tricks is exhausted because I think we're getting to scaling where it's like gonna be like 110 or something. I mean, we don't have to deal with the pair anymore. That's something. Okay, are we ready? Ratfinks, are you ready? I actually feel a little emotional. I'm doing it. Ready? We got one more chance. If we look at the boss, well, we can't do a voucher skip because to do a voucher skip, you have to be able to win a round. You have to do a voucher skip and then win, and then you get the voucher. But the one thing that could save us is if the boss is the serpent. Yeah. It's going to be really funny if it's the plant, which is we can do nothing against. Oh, right. We knew what the boss was going to be. It's the next boss. 110. We'll re-roll this boss. Is it going to be the serpent next? Maybe. The other thing that could have saved us is a skip tag for the juggle tag. Adds 3 extra cards to your hand. This, unfortunately, is useless. Okay. What can we do? We know... Yeah, we got to re-roll the boss. Okay. Let's buy this. Friends, I don't think there's any chance here. I don't think 110. I don't think we got it. I don't think we got the juice. No, we're buying Mercury. I will always buy Mercury. That's helping our score infinitesimally. But okay. Let's back up to a high card. With our normal plan. Remember, our normal plan was 9 cards, down 1, up 4. No, 9 cards. 10, 11 with certificate, down 1, up 5. 15 cards in hand. So 15 cards in hand is 101. 15 cards in hand where they are all steel is 104. 15 cards in hand where they're all steel and you have a glass card is 104. No, it's worse than that. Wait, sorry. However, if oh, I'm sorry. I misread that as Pluto. I'm sorry. Yes, no more need to buy Mercury. I'm still going to buy Pluto. I'm not buying Mercury ever again for the rest of my life. One thing, the one thing that could maybe help is if we do the 5 copies of Certificate again, and one of them is a king. Not enough. 5 copies of Certificate again, and one of them is a king, and we play a glass card. we're really stretching now. Not enough. Wait, that wasn't the glass card. Sorry. Sure. Wait, does our hand size end up being... It's 11, then 10, plus 5. Ends up being 15, right? Am I wrong about this? Yeah, we're going to skip. I think we have to skip. But the... which maybe something fancy happens with the skipping and the spectral cards. Not really. I mean, maybe there's a... Wait, was it? It was Arcana, wasn't it? I can't remember. Anyway... hang on. I'm not done with like fantasy scenarios just yet. Let's get our Glass King played. So, sorry, remind me. We have 9 cards. We can make 2 more with Certificate that are good cards. Which has us at 11 cards. We play 1, and then DNA gives us 5. So our hand size is 15. Yeah, 9. Well, that's only if that's assuming the Certificate gives us good cards. I'm saying like we can guarantee 2 good cards from the Certificate, right? And this counting actually is counting this card, which is annoying. So we're saying 9 plus 2 plus 5 minus 1. But if we do this, glass card, all steel kings, and Certificate gives us, we're really reaching. We're really reaching. Gosh, if Certificate gives us 2 kings, we're fine. So all that has to happen is that we get all steel, and then Certificate gives us 2 kings. Why didn't we think of that before? It's so simple. Also, our deck is polluted, so we could very easily draw garbage that destroys us. But we can try to fix some garbage in this Arcana pack. Okay, well, we're not dead yet. What if we get a bean? If we get a bean and a king and all steel, no sweat, right? Easy peasy. And actually we have one more card in that scenario, right? Because remember, Bean actually gets us 2 cards. Because Bean is plus 5 without having to play a card. At least on the first round. DNA is... No, maybe it is. No, sorry. Maybe it's only one more card. Sorry, I got excited. Okay. Yeah. That still sounds true, though. Why does that... Where's the flaw in my logic? Okay, we need that. We think we want this. At least we'll go down fighting. We're going to re-roll the boss. Maybe it's the serpent. It's not the serpent. Maybe it is. It's not. Where's that negative bean? We got that queen now. You know what would have been rad as a negative joker is a steel joker. Normally you don't care about steel joker, and maybe steel joker doesn't actually matter in this scenario because of the numbers we're dealing with, but it would have been pretty funny to... where is that guy? I see my scanning is failing again. This guy. This is a free E. This guy gives us an order of magnitude. That guy and that guy alone. I don't think an E is enough, but we got this guy. So we're spending all our money, right? We're spending into oblivion. That's just where we are, because we're not making it through this one. I mean, we don't have to spend all our money, but like we do need to at least get a fool here. Try to visit this pack, spend some of these cards and get more. So like, I'm trying to imagine, maybe there's a world in which the skip tags could have been meaningful. The juggle tag actually would have been meaningful. If we got a juggle tag, it could have meant something. Okay, we get the fool. We go in here. Maybe we can fix some of our pollution. Probably not. Wow, we got 2 of them. That is actually wild. The odds were against us to even draw 1. Look, our luck is turning around. Watch this. This emperor is gonna give me a chariot and a death. It gave me a death. It gave me a death. Okay, this is it. Our luck is coming back. There's gonna be a steel red seal king in here. That's spades. There's not gonna be. There is a steel. There are some face cards, but no. You know, we never got a polychrome this whole run. This run was really weird. I basically never got purple seals, it's actually shocking that I made it this far with no purple seals. Okay, we're going for our standard complement of... Now the stream is 5 hours. I was ready to die. Idle, unfortunately, cannot help us now. What, 139 high card. I'll take a chariot. Okay, well, we die, probably. Unless the certificate gives us kings, I guess. And that's only one thing that has to happen. I think we need like multiple boons and blessings. Also, we're scoring higher than the calculator tells us. So keep that in mind. Okay, we'll roll a bit deeper. There's not really much that could happen other than maybe we find an incredible negative, but it's not. We don't want to die a pauper. I mean, normally we would die a pauper if we just knew we were going to die, but there's like I don't know, what, 1 in 1,000 chance we make it through this. We could have taken this into an Arcana pack and killed some gold, but fixing those bad cards was maybe better. We really are hoping we do not draw this jack. Although that could be the card that we play. So it's actually not that big of a deal. Well, it is a big deal, right? Because we're going to make other garbage because we're going to do 5 on the certificate again. Oopsie. 144 on the high card. 12 squared. Is that right? Get a lot of my buddy Sly. Spin that wheel. Nope. We don't have any polychrome jokers either. This is a very weird run because there have been like a number of like very astonishingly like rare fortunate things to happen. And then there's been so many things that were just like, man, bummer. Basic things like we did not get purple seals basically ever. And we have not had any wheels hit polychrome ever, even though our targets are limited. Okay. So I'm going to propose we go next round. I'll save it for no reason. Like the level to which we are dead is just it's a high level. I'm going next. We are going to copy all copies of the certificate. We're going to re-roll the boss first. The boss could be the serpent. Ready? It's not the serpent. It's the wall, which makes the score even a little bit higher. We're going to skip this and get a celestial pack, which is like extremely not important, but we'll take it. Thanks. Thanks for nothing. I don't need those. Thank you. We're going to level up our 3 of a kind. You do get 1 pack. We just don't have any double tags. And now we just leveled up 3 of a kind, which is not that useful. Okay. So our ambition is to copy our certificate and with all our might, hope we don't draw the jack, hope we draw a ton of steel, and then critically, that certificate gives us a king or 2, maybe 3. If certificate gives us all kings, thumbs up. Okay, kings, ready? Kings, give me kings. Ready? All copies, certificate, kings. There's no kings. We didn't get any kings. We got a 3 of a kind of 6s, which is funny because we just got that orbital tag that levels up 3 of a kind for us. But not a relevant consideration. So, sorry, friends. I think we're sunk. It was a good run. We drew a lot of steel. We drew a lot of steel to where if we had drawn a king, maybe it could have happened. If we didn't have DNA, we have a 6th sense where we can... Okay, are you ready? We play 1/6, and that 6 triggers our 6th sense and gives us a spectral card. And that spectral card is exactly cryptid, and then we can make more copies of kings. Not going to happen. That is true. Yeah, we brute forced our way. This was a brute force kind of run that should have been easy. That would have been easy. That would have been a guaranteed Naninth had we gotten the 1 freaking voucher that we need. Well, okay. 2 options. One is we actually try to play this hand out and we just see what the score is. If we play a 6 now, like the DNA is going to copy it, like playing a 6 now ruins everything. I don't think the cryptid actually gets us there. I mean, the cryptid does less than the DNA does, so it's not actually viable. I don't think there's actually a spectral card that matters. I think we just go down with the ship. I think it's all we can do. We got these fancy 6s hanging out with us. We'll play this one, make a couple bucks. We're not. I don't think we're in the not. We're not only not in the realm of 110. We're not even like in the neighborhood. I think without that extra king, the extra king we were hoping for. But I don't know. Maybe my math was wrong. My math's been wrong before, right? DNA. All copies of DNA. Play the hand. Okay. Is it fitting that we die with 666 in the middle of our deck? Is this a message that play the red seal ace? I'm sorry. Probably should have technically played the red seal ace to get 10 more chips at the beginning, which would be on the chip side, which I think would be worth exactly 100 points. 20. No. It'd be worth 400 points. Oh, the Scholar! Of course! The Scholar! How could I forget? But we've got even Steven. You're right. I forgot. We have the Scholar. The Scholar would have done it. I don't think the Scholar does it. If we're even in the remotely close, I will run it back and we can try it with the Scholar. But I don't think that the Scholar gets us there. I think we're going to be so far off. I just wanted the 666 to end with. It felt fitting. But you're right. The Scholar, we do have the Scholar. We do have a 3 of a kind Joker. But that's not important. What's this on? 2 pair? Nope. Hey, look, if this number is bigger than 100, we did great today. That's a big score. That's larger than a Google, right? Isn't a Google 1 to the 1 with 100 zeros? Isn't that a Google? We have surpassed a Google. Okay, Mime is in position. Baron's in position. My poor heart. Goodbye. Okay. We already said our goodbyes to everybody. We get our 07s in the chat for our brave warriors. Googleplex? I think there's a mod where you can technically get a Googleplex. Because I think people have gotten where their molt itself is naninf even before, and then you actually get negative nan. Like, you can score so much in a certain phase of the scoring process that it gives you negative infinity, basically. Hey. Scholar? No. 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 Scholar? Scholar? No. I don't think so. When you think about what a Scholar does, a Scholar is, we get 2 triggers here, which is a tiny bit more molt and a tiny bit more chips. And we also lose the even Steven that we had. But man, Redfing says I have to try. That is infuriatingly close. Like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We have the same number of kings. We can just play another hand and win. Our number of kings didn't decrease. we can just keep playing. We can play 2 more hands and additively win. No way. Mime here, Baron here. Wait, the 666 was a blessing? What we thought was a curse was a boon. Yeah, I think you may be right. That the fact that the kings, we're not playing a king. I thought I did think of that, but I apparently didn't think of that. I didn't. I didn't. That's why we scored so much there. You're right. Okay. So we are gonna win with an additive score at a Googleplex? No, a Google, not a Googleplex. Far from a Googleplex, but at a Google? Move the mime for our 1 gold card? No way. Just a Google, not a Plex. We're going to win this with addition? We have been trying to game this like high exponential re-trigger and addition? Red thinks this is the craziest game you've ever seen. I've watched hundreds of hours of people play Balatro. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone like pull it out. Yeah, the certificate is incredible, even as it continues to make our deck worse. But man, the mark of the beast just... I can't... I've watched like basically every... Doc Spector record. I've watched dozens, if not scores, if not hundreds of hours of Raffle. That's crazy that addition mattered at 27. Okay. Retcon. We have so many vouchers. What are our odds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. There's an upgrade for this, an upgrade for this, an upgrade for this, and an upgrade for this. We have a 1 in 4 chance of getting retcon. I'm starting to feel like we have plot armor at this point. But it is very hard to believe that we could pull together a score again. I don't want it. At this point, I clearly don't need retcon. We don't need it. I don't even want to see it. It makes me sick. That sounds like a baby voucher for babies. Is it going to be E19? I think it's going to be more. Actually, what was the last bump? Was like 99 to 10. I forgot how it scales, but I think we're looking at like E21 or something. Or we get the serpent, right? Okay, ready? We have 2 outs. 1 out. Obviously, if we land on the serpent. That's out number 1. Out number 2, we re-roll the boss and it lands on the serpent. Out number 3, there's a juggle tag on the small or big blind that gives us +3 hand size on the boss. Those are our only 3 outs, short of just like miracle negatives. It's very funny that we're getting this so late. Okay, how bad is it? What's the damage? That's a juggle tag. We got a juggle tag. That's +3 hand size. We got a double tag. That's +6 hand size. We... What? We can stay? We can keep going? No way. No. Plus, we've got +6 hand size. I think we can do it. Okay, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of opportunities for deck cleaning, but what did I just say? +6 hand size? So we've been saying, what have we been sitting at? We've been sitting at 15. It really does. I don't know why Automata's so mad at you. We're 5 hours and 21 minutes into the stream. I was supposed to like eat food and stuff, but okay. This is our current like best hand, ignoring glass for the moment and just saying like, this is what we can do. This is what I can do for you. If we add 6 cards to this, easy. Watch this. Easy. Easy. This is insane. This run is insane, but not in like a way that it's like, wow, I got so lucky. It's that like, how do we keep eking by every ante? I think we got this. I think we got this no problem. Right? Yeah. We don't, yeah. So that was baseline certificate. We started 15, right? So that was 9 + 2 + 4. That's safe. That's safe. I can't. What is this run? That means that next ante we have a 1 in 3 chance of getting retcon. And then the only thing we have to do is get burglar with no money. And here, okay, are you ready for the new time pressure? The fun time pressure? Even if we get retcon and can skip to... Even if we get retcon and we can start skipping to the serpent every ante, ante 32 is a multiple of 4. There's no serpent on ante 32. So we have to get, if we're going to get an inf, we have to get the burglar. We have basically like 3 shops to get the burglar. If we get retcon next ante, that's ante 29. We have a shop after ante 29. We have a shop after 30, shop after ante 31. We got 3 chances to get the burglar and we don't have any money. Well, let's keep going, I guess. I was going to like go outside today or eat some food or Yeah, because we have to skip. For sure, for sure. Yeah, we're never playing a smaller big blind again. I can't eat food. Look at this. I mean, I know you've got farmers to talk to. Or was it a rancher? I'm too locked in. I'm locked in here. What did we just get? Oh, we got a holographic. Thanks. Let's go in here. I'm not going to... Like, we really do have to be cautious about money. We didn't get any of our awful cards. So we will do this. Chariot first. Death second. Fool copies death. And then we need to roll a little bit more. Although I'm actually not that... Rancher. I love that you call Austin West Texas. I mean, it makes no sense. People call Dallas North Texas, even though I lived like 5 hours north of Dallas in Texas. Take that Emperor. You're right. The geography of Texas is inscrutable. But the Marty Robbins song says out in the West Texas town of El Paso. So that must mean that Austin and El Paso are close. I call Austin, is it Hill Country? That's Hill Country. Okay, I don't know that we actually need... We don't need the full complement of cleanup jokers, I don't think. So I'm cautious about going like insanely deep because we do literally need to save some money. Okay, bye. Go in here. There's nothing in here for us. But thanks. It's another sick. That's a sign. Okay, we're going. Are we going? We're going. Let's go. This time we are only doing one copy of certificate, we've decided. That's all we need because we're going to have so many freaking... Let's save. How's that sound? Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Okay, skip, double tag. Skip, +3 hand size. That's +6 hand size. First hand drawn face down. How worried about we are. That's actually not that big of a deal. Maybe. It sucks, but okay, let's talk about this for a second. We're going to know what the certificate gives us, and we can just try to make copies of... Oh, shoot. I should have not taken a chariot in here. I should have taken a fool. Uh-oh. I'm not sure that it matters. If it matters, we have a save. There are worse bosses, for sure. The plant just straight up kills us, so let's go. One copy on certificate. The problem is I screwed this up and I didn't bring in 2 cards, but I think we're okay if we do exactly this. We're going to end up with extra pollution. I didn't bring in a fool, but like money is a real concern. So the problem is we probably, yeah, okay. We got this. Let's do this. Ah, I did it wrong. I'm sorry. I had it backwards. That's fine. We don't need to like load a save or anything. We just exit and go back. That's just me being silly. Okay, try again. Sorry. Oh wait, no, that actually was a 6. I forgot there are 6s in the deck. So we need to sort by rank and use a card that's down here. Because yeah, we have 6s. Okay, sorry. This that doesn't feel gold to me. Or sorry, it doesn't feel like steel to me. Does this feel like steel? This feels like steel. It was gold, but that's okay because this is now steel. And this is what we're going to use to copy DNA. We'll copy, move this, copy all of these, DNA, play our first hand. With our stupidly large hand size, the bummer is I should have brought in a fool. But I actually think it doesn't matter with this hand size. So we have 2 duds. And then we copy the Baron. And we copy the Mime. And we play... whatever this is. No. We play the floor for extra kings in hand. Or we play the 6. We play the 4. Ah, we got the walkie-talkie. We got the walkie-talkie and we got the even Steven. We got Baron. We got Mime. So we have 19 kings in hand, which is not exactly ideal. So it's possible we die here. But if we die, we'll just do a better job and not. Remember, we need to bring in a fool. We do have to bring in a fool. It's a lot of kings. It's a whole lot of kings. Easy. Easy. Too easy. Embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. We do have 5 like ticking time bombs in our deck now. But we made it to ante 29. Okay, here's the thing. I feel I need to stop streaming. It's so easy. Easiest fight of the day. Like, well, we did have that one time where we got the serpent naturally, and that was pretty easy. Okay. 1 in 3 chance. This is going to either be whatever this is called, glow up, or this like reroll glut, I think maybe it's called, or it's the thing we want. 1 in 3 chance. Why? 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 Okay, listen. I actually don't even care anymore because we have defied the odds so continually. I will die. I'll take it. Look at this. Look at that guy. What if there's a really incredible voucher in here? Or sorry, skip tag. A negative. We'll never see this negative, by the way. Easy roads are not for heroes. Hey, that sounds like a good quote, even if you just made it up. We could re-roll this and maybe hit the serpent, and that is our 1 out. We have exactly 1 out. Wait, how much money are we getting? Doubles your money. Max of $40. I'm going to decline, politely decline. Well, this, I don't think this is going to happen, friends. We fought really hard. We started this 5 hours ago saying we've had incredible misfortune not getting the, whatever it's called, the retcon voucher. Like, and we've still survived this long in like defiance of the gods. So I'll take it. Our only out is re-rolling and naturally hitting the serpent, right? Oh, thanks, Ratfinks. It's pretty ludicrous. That is true. If we gotten the voucher and then we just died because we couldn't find the burglar, that would have been a bummer. Okay. We're just going to do the thing. Just like, again, business as usual. My mind is spinning trying to think of like another out. That last one where we got the exact like 2 tags that saved us. I'm trying to think of any other tags that could have done that for us. Like a double tag followed by a juggle tag is like coupled with a boss that actually wasn't a threat. Kind of incredible. Let's go in here. We got no enemies. What is it more likely that we find? Should we get our death here now because we know we need a death for sure? Probably. Looking for full death and chariot, Pluto, money, negative bean. You know, that negative bean. That elusive negative bean. I mean, probably we just re-roll to nothing, right? Because this is... No, we got to save $10. We do have to save $10 to re-roll the boss. So minimum $10. And then there's a chance that we copy the certificate with 5 copies and it's all kings, right? There's always a chance. I don't even think that actually hits this score. We may be chanceless. We got our fool. We'd like to find a chariot. There's this guy. Look at that guy. He's uncommon. This guy would be 14x. Yeah, Nan-Inf in the heart. Yeah. This was harder than a Nan-Inf run, I'm going to say. I don't know what I could have done differently other than, I guess I'm on ante 29. And how many vouchers do I have? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I don't know how that's possible. How do I have all this? That means I took every voucher. I could not have taken more vouchers except in like the very early antes when I was trying to just stay alive. There maybe have been 1 voucher skip. And then I still probably wouldn't have gotten it. Oh, I went back in time. I went back in time twice. So that actually means I did skip somewhere. That is true. That's true. I did go back in time. So I must have skipped something somewhere. But I definitely skipped a voucher skip or 2 at the very, very, very beginning. I know if I was like, hey, here's what I got. I mean, Baron Mime is guaranteed that you get here. But man, like just by score alone without eventually pivoting with no legendaries. Like, yeah, it is actually insane how the baseball card saved us. Okay. We just keep re-rolling. We just keep re-rolling. Looking for the chariot. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. If I saw a negative bean, I might accidentally just roll right past it. I would never do that. Like, we're so beaten now that it's really hard to think of any kind of out. Like, look at that beauty. I know. I was just thinking, cool hand, Luke. You're going to have to kill me. Everybody yelling, stay down. I kind of want to grab this guy just to bring him. Wait a second. What if we sold a brainstorm and took this bean? What if we sold a brainstorm and took this bean? That's +5 hand size from the bean, but we still get hand size from the DNA and from the certificate. There's still no way, right? Grimbone, you are coming into the most insane Balatro run of all time asking me about TPU. Listen, I just got a bean. What if? Here's what I'm going to say. I'm not even going to run the numbers because it doesn't matter. The bean, this score. What was our score? What was our score when we had the +6 hand size, by the way? It wasn't a perfect hand. It was only 130. Ooh. Okay, maybe the bean is not gonna pull it together. I'm gonna try the bean though. I'm taking this bean. I'm selling a brainstorm for a bean. I mean, if this was a negative bean, okay. Which brainstorm do we sell? I guess this one. We buy the bean. We bought the bean. We bought the bean. Grimbone, we should have been dead hours ago. I am at this point unkillable until now. What am I trying to find? A chariot. Any other Joker that even kind of matters. I realize selling the brainstorm, that's fewer from the certificate. And it's fewer from the DNA. There's our chariot. But what else are we going to do? What are you printing in TPU? Grimbone, this is the most important moment of my life, and you're worried about TPU. Okay, I'm headed in there with this bean. And we're going to copy the certificate, and it's going to give us kings. Always with the sluice. The sluices. I'm getting really tired. I'm feeling like physically beaten down by this game. Next round. Or do I just spend it all? Save. Okay, good idea. Let's save. We can't spend it all. We need $10 for the boss. The boss could be worse, but I'm going to re-roll it. Okay, next round. Re-roll the boss. I'm going to re-roll the boss. That boss is worse, so we're going to roll back to that save. Okay. Glad you told me to save. That boss is worse. So it would have been better if I forgot to reroll, but that's okay. Okay. I didn't hear no bell. Well, we don't need to reroll the boss. Let's just spend all our money. Get that negative troubadour. Okay, that's it. We die broke. No, we got a hermit. One more reroll. Ooh, we still can't afford it. Unless I sell the Joker. If I sold a Joker, we could re-roll one more time. If I sold this Zany Joker, nope, too cheap. We need a $3 Joker to sell. Oh, that would be an uncommon if it was $3. We don't want to do that. Okay, whatever. Next round. But the next roll was the negative Troubadour. But we don't want to sell any uncommons. Okay, we know that superposition is not going to be the thing. So let's sell the superposition. We know that Clever Joker is not going to be the thing. So one more reroll was totally worth it. Did I mention that I hate the Planet Merchant? Next round. Skip the blind. Skip the blind. I'm going to die with $1 to my name. No, I doubled my money. I just doubled my money. I doubled my money. Okay. All copies. All eyes on me. All copies on the certificate. We're looking for kings. We're looking for kings. Ready? Nope. We got to move this. Looking for kings. Really kind of insult to injury kind of thing for it to draw debuffed cards. That is, I love that skip. It wasn't useless. It was worse than useless. So a sad thing that I have to admit to you is one of the cards in our draw with the mean was actually two of the, that's Cutie Pie, how's it going? Zodiac series. Okay, I want to talk about how bad our luck just was, because out of all of these cards, two of the cards we drew were poison pills. These were both poison pill cards. Had I remembered to bring a fool in a few rounds ago, we would have one more king. These two cards should have been kings. That means that our bean was, I think our bean was for nothing. That hurts. That one hurts. What card do we want to play? I'm playing the 6. Poison. The poison pills finally caught up with us. You get some bendy TPU cards. Bummer. Well, we really tried. That's right. Just throw the. That's right. Let's throw the whole. We will be playing multiple cards. I think we're maybe not in a position where addition is going to save us. But you're right. We can't play the 6 the first time, though. We're going to play 5 cards. We're going to go down swinging. Okay. That's 3 copies of the DNA. And this is just not, it's just not good enough. It's not even as good as our last hand because we got 2 poison pills. We're not even close. Is this like 110 or something? Oh, I'm sorry, that was the DNA copy. But like when we actually do the thing. Also, our scoring is worse because we sold a brainstorm. So we have 1 fewer triggers on the Baron. Okay. We'll make a couple bucks on the way out, right? Baron is here. Mime is here. We got an even Steven hit. Okay. I think I am well and truly bested now. And the saddest... Yeah. The saddest part of this is without those poison pills, maybe there would have been a chance. Probably not. Probably not, but maybe. Had we not poisoned ourselves. That one, that's bitter. Rough. Rough. Oh, you're going to beat all blobs? Oh, no. You think I should just count to E136? I'm glad to. Let's just say like a Google plus a few extra zeros, right? Thank you, Ratfinks. This was... I've had... Yeah. My craziest run is still maybe the one where I did like get the legendary and get the... So that run, the run where I did finally get Naninf and get to Anti 39, the voucher, the retcon voucher was my 32nd voucher that I got at like Anti 33 or 34. And it was only just by, again, it was another one that I had to brute force through. Not as hard as this because I had Perkeo though. Okay. This is by far my scrappiest run. I mean, we had to be scrappy so many times just to like obviously just on this stream has been insane in terms of pure stick-to-itiveness. A Google is good enough. I can stop at a Google. I feel I can eat 50 eggs. I've always like, I am deeply shaped by Cool Hand Luke of like, I can do that. Like that is like almost to a dangerous degree, a part of my personality. Okay, folks. Not even the bean could save us. E50 eggs? I could eat E50 eggs. We are well and truly dead. Baseball man. Thank you. Driver's license. You gave us a little boost. Even Steven. Hey, we had a couple sixes in there. Thank you. Golden Joker. Thanks for the extra few bucks. 6 cents. Maybe the 6th sense summoned those 3 sixes. Like magically summoned the 3 sixes that let us get the additive win. Thank you, 6 cents. Zany Joker, you didn't do a single thing, but look at your golden lipstick. Jolly Joker, you were part of the team that got us through when we had to play the pair. Crazy Joker, you didn't do a single thing, but again, beautiful lipstick. To-do list, you gave us a couple bucks. We got a couple bucks from the to-do list. Rocket, I love you. I wish we had gotten you 83 rounds ago, but hey, glad to have you on the round. I love a golden rocket. Walkie Talkie, we just played a 4. Thank you for your service. We're keeping the fist. You ate 5 packs of ramen? Okay, we're keeping the fist. Scholar, you know, you might have helped us, but it turned out we didn't need you, but maybe you're just like, you're a good influence on us. Magic 8-Ball, you just look rad. Boots, you did what you could with what you have to work with. We got 14 bucks from you now. Thank you for that. Red card, you're yellow. Brainstorm, all-timer, one of the best. Brainstorm, also all-timer, one of the best. Mime, you came through. Some people say don't pick up a Mime until you get the Baron. Mime, you made this run happen. We would have died so long ago if it was not for you when like the idol landed on the wrong thing. Like, you're a hero. Blueprint, best card in the game. No competition. Bean, you got us through some tough spots. Deeply appreciated. Unexpected MVP. The certificate. The certificate, like, unbelievably became the thing that got us through the last, 3 antes? Like, unbelievable. Most useful. Normally, a certificate has 2 purposes. 1 is early to add a few seals to your deck. 2, to copy to scale up your hologram. Otherwise, certificate's kind of a bad card because it adds a lot of noise. It's a very time and place card. There has never been more of a time and place. DNA, you were also huge. Couldn't have done it without you. Baron, what can I say? All of the scoring all of the scoring. You had a lot of supports, you had a lot of teams, you had a lot of kings. Okay, this is it. In defiance of our defeat. We're debuffed on this score. It doesn't matter. GG. Thank you. Goodbye, everyone. Okay. This is our 07s moment. Look at this fist. That's our defiant yellow fist against this freaking, the wheels of fate that would not let us survive. Man, it's rough to be taken down by your own poison pills, but pretty good. This is a pretty good score. That's a pretty good score with no... I mean, in terms of a score with no legendaries and no ability to reroll the boss, that's probably up there. Okay, I've got to go outside or something. This was too much of an emotional roller coaster. I thought we were dead 2 hours ago. You think you could? I mean, you got those sluices. You can go find some gold. Okay, everybody, I gotta go take a walk around the block or something. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around so long. Thank you, everybody, especially Stonecrop and Ratfinks, who are my brain trust for this. Stonecrop, you've been on this on you've been around for this an unexpected amount. Too much, in fact. I question your decision-making a little bit, but you're all the best. Everybody go drink some water or do some jumping jacks or whatever. That was exhausting. Thank you. Goodbye.